Shabazz, you do not know what a fan you have in me. It is a tremendous honor to have you on tonight. A tremendous honor. Welcome to Monday Nights with PCI, Coffee or Blitz. How are you?
I'm doing wonderful, and I'm honored to be on your channel and participate in this Coffee Blitz. I'm not so sure about the Blitz, but
I was worried about you with the coffee because before you showed me an energy drink and water. So I was more worried about the coffee aspect of it, but now you're telling me you're worried about the Blitz aspect. And as usual, I'll be drinking coffee tonight. And guys, I was telling Dr. Shabazz about White's coffee and Blitz. And I was saying the one time you see players panic at the Olympiad is when we go to get coffee and there's no coffee there. And even the calmest individual is, where's this coffee? And your clock running and you need to find your coffee. And we just realized that coffee is such a part of chess that we just have to look on it, and it's coffee and Blitz.
You know, the Olympiad, if you think about the Olympiad tournament, I think everybody has to attend at least one Olympiad in their lifetime because there's so much energy that you experience in an Olympiad. You definitely need something to keep you going because it's very tiresome, but there's so much energy that you expend over the 2-week period. So that's for the young juniors out there. That's your incentive. You need to get to an Olympiad.
Yeah. And Daaim, can I tell you, when you're winning, you don't feel it? You see, when you lose, it's the most tiring thing ever. If you're winning, it's like, let's next game, and you're all. But when you lose, oh, I have to wake up. Oh, it drains you. It drains you. Completely drains you. But let me say some hellos. Mario Marshall is saying hello to you, Daaim. And as I said to you, I had a guest earlier on, Sean Tracy, who I'm so happy for Sean. Sean's team for Cayman has qualified to play the online Olympics, and I am so supporting them weekend. The entire PCI will be out in numbers watching Cayman and supporting Sean because Sean is an honorary Jamaican. He just doesn't know it. He doesn't know that we adopted him as yet. I just saw him say good evening. So he now knows that he's an honorary Jamaican, but we are lending him to Cayman for him to play for Cayman, and as such, we'll be cheering for him. So, Sean, big up. We're happy for you. And come weekend, we'll be cheering for you. Definitely cheering for you.
I met Sean at the U.S. Open in Orlando, I think.
Yeah, Daaim, pull the mic closer. Remember the same thing. So you met him?
I met him.
Yeah, perfect.
At the U.S. Open. We were paired in a game, and it was a very exciting game. I probably should have lost, but it ended up in a draw. And I was glad to see that the Cayman Islands was recognized at, I think it was one of the FIDE meetings, where they went on the floor and they were officially brought in as a full member. So I was very happy to see that Sean was a part of that. Very enthusiastic and a very, very good leader.
Yeah, he is. I am so impressed by him, and he is somebody that you just know love chess. He's a chess lover. So I am so happy for them, and as I say, I'll be supporting them. I see the Bahamas saying hello. So the Bahamas under 10 youngster, he's in the house, so he has said hello to you. So the Caribbean islands are out. I know Barbados, Orlando has messaged saying he's tuning in. So I also know Barbados is out, and Cupid sent a hello, so Trinidad will be out. So the entire Caribbean is out to watch the great one. So youngsters, here's what you may not know, young players. He was one of our main motivators. And homework for a lot of you, Chess Drum, I told you, look it up. So you should recognize by now, by going through Chess Drum, that Daaim basically single-handedly wrote a lot of the articles. From in Daaim, it would be 2000, when was it, Daaim? 2001? When was it?
2001.
2001. I'm getting old, but the memory is still there. And before 2001, we'd be playing. And I can tell you what we used to play for Daaim. If we went to Olympiad, we played for a diagram. That was it. We played, and we played our heart out for a diagram, Daaim. And if we got a diagram, we would do everything to get that bulletin because we're carrying it home to show everybody that we had a diagram. So our main motivation was to get a diagram. The second thing was anytime a new opening book came out that we specialized in, we'd scour it page by page to see if we got a little glimpse of one of our games mentioned, referencing it. And if we did, it was party time. We would be partying, we'd be doing everything, but that was what we aimed for. We aimed for a diagram and a small reference. But you changed the game. You completely changed the game on us by coming out, and suddenly we started to see articles about ourselves, articles about other black players, and we were like, whoa, somebody's doing this? You have to walk me through that journey, Daaim. How comes? Nobody else thought about it. How comes?
Well, it's actually a pretty long history. I was having a conversation after a tournament with this player. He's a national master in the U.S. And we were sitting around talking after the tournament, and he asked me. He says, "Well, where are the black GMs? Where are the black IMs?" And I thought about it, and I couldn't really tell him. And I felt a bit embarrassed that I couldn't give him any names because at that time there were no black GMs, and I didn't know of many IMs. And so that question stayed in my mind for decades. I mean, even to now, I'm still searching. After 20, 30,000 pages, I'm still looking for, these stories. So fast forward, I go to graduate school, and my marketing professor, who is actually from Guyana, had us to do a marketing plan. And so I decided to do one on a Black Chess Network. And so I wrote a marketing plan. And then that next summer, I was in New York working for Time Warner. There's a magazine called Sports Illustrated. So I was working for them.
So you have another story for us.
Yeah, I got a lot of stories. But while I was in New York, I hooked up with Maurice Ashley because I met him the previous summer at the U.S. Open, and we kept in contact. So I showed him the marketing plan, and he was like, yeah, this is a good idea, great idea. It was actually supposed to be a magazine. So then, fast forward more, I finished my master's, and then I finished my doctorate. I still had this plan, but it was sitting in my file cabinet. And a couple of things happened after that. One, there was an article in Chess Life on Black American Masters by Gregory Kearse. And it was a very, to me, inspiring because I knew a lot of those names. That was in 98. Then in 99, I came home from campus because at this time I was in Florida. And I got my Chess Life out of the mailbox, and I opened it up, and Maurice Ashley was on the cover. So he had become a grandmaster. That was the May issue of 1999 Chess Life. And I said to myself, this is a sign that I have to go and I have to move forward with this marketing plan that I wrote years ago. And so a couple of years later, in 2001, I came up with this name, the chess drum. Now you may ask, what is the chess drum? Why did you call it drum? Well, as you all may know, the drum is not only a musical instrument, but it's used in Africa as a vehicle for communication. And so you may have heard of the talking drum, where you hear these Africans beating the drum and they're sending messages around the village or maybe to the adjacent village.
So everything has a meaning. Nice.
Yeah, and so I thought that's a good concept because, African instrument, people will get it. And so then February 12, 2001, I launched the chess drum, and immediately there was just all of this excitement.
Yeah.
Mark Bowen was actually one of the first to reach out to me and say hello and say, hey, I've been visiting the chess drum, and you may know that Jamaica was probably one of the central topics of my articles in the early days.
Yeah,
I
we
wrote
loved
a lot
it.
of articles about Jamaica.
We loved it. We loved it. We loved it.
Yeah, and I think the excitement was a bit overwhelming because it was people were viewing the site from places that I had no idea that would have an interest in this type of content. But that told me it was needed, and I did get some haters early on. This one British guy says, "Oh yeah," he says, "Yeah, your site, yeah, is racist." He says it's racist in a good way though, but you won't find a lot of information because there are not a lot of black players. And he was just saying these things, and almost 20 years later, in 20, 30,000 pages, I'm still going. So
Wow,
it's been incredible because I've been able to give an audience to players who would have been ignored otherwise.
yeah, definitely. As I explained to you, because I have a lot of chess history before 2001, and I would have had Shane, I'd have had the entire Jamaican delegation who had been playing chess from the 60s. And basically, you heard what our aim was. It was to get a diagram at Olympiad, and you're on top of the world, you're the man. If you got a diagram, nobody could talk to you walking around with your diagram. That was the aim. It was a diagram. That was the aim. I remember even being so excited when, as a child, one of my mentors was Oring Tong Singh. And Oring sits down and Oring shows me the panel variation of the King's Indian. And remember that time we don't have no computer. So
Right.
Oring shows me, and Oring and I sit down, we're analyzing, and we're doing all of that. We go through and we're like, yeah, this is good. So I go away and I play it, and the Mexican master crushes me in 20 odd moves. And I don't understand. Oring and I went through this. I think this is World 16 or World 14, and I get crushed. World 16, I get crushed. And I was just like, I don't understand. So I open about a couple years after, when the Jamaica team goes to an Olympiad. I think it was Philippines. And they come back with this book, a Russian book, on the same-ish variation of the King's Indian. And they're all excited. They show me the book and open it, and they open it to my game where I get crushed. And right beside this Toxic game where Toxic gets crushed. So we both get crushed in the variation, but it's in the book. And even though we got crushed, we're excited. We're in the book. So you change the game. You completely change the game on us, because we're no longer looking for simply a diagram. We're no longer looking for a game whether we got crushed or not. We were looking to be included. We were looking to be on your site, to be an article, to be a feature. And we played our hearts out to be a feature. So let me say some thank yous. National Blitz League, you have been supporting. Thanks a whole lot for the follow. Peter, always there. Thank you. Zibit, Sean, and Matthew, thank you. Thanks for the follows. But you changed the game on us, then, and I don't think you realize how much you changed the game on us. Because a lot of even the younger masters from this period would be because you kept us motivated and we started passing on the knowledge. Before that, we lost chess players in the 20s, they get bored, they're gone. But somehow you kept us motivating. Definitely kept us motivated. And that's
interesting because I've met players over the years. I don't know if you remember Patrick Wharton of Guyana. He played. He played, I think, on one of the Olympiad teams.
So I know the name. I don't know the person. I know the name.
And Maurice Brooms as well.
Brooms. We'd love to have Brooms. Yeah.
And I met him at a Chicago tournament, and he wasn't very active, but we sat down and analyzed. And even then, I was intrigued to find black players from different places, and always tried to reach out and try to establish a contact. But these are players who are not active, and I wish I had started the chess drum a bit earlier because they may still be playing. Who knows? But It's really been fascinating to cover chess in the Caribbean, and people like Crystal Cave in
Yeah.
Trinidad, who I think he won 10 or 11 national championships in a row. He no longer plays, but I took a lot of pride in writing about him, Ryan Harper, Kevin Denny, who was an international master out of Barbados,
Barbados, yeah.
and I was exposing a lot of the people in the U.S. like those in the National Blitz League. A lot of the players there may not have had contact with players in the Caribbean, but now you have Orlando Husbands, you have Kevin Cupid, who are now playing in these cage matches, and it is making for a very, very exciting dynamic.
Yeah, and I'm happy he's in the crowd because PCI will be coming for a couple of the cage matches. Just telling you
Yeah.
where we're coming. So,
Definitely.
Daaim, you know you're not getting away from Blitz though, right? You got away from the coffee. You ain't getting away from the Blitz.
Yeah.
So,
yeah, well, I might be able to do a little something.
What's I really liked? I like your username. So I'm sending it out there, but just tell them Cesar, Geoffrey, James says much respect, Daaim.
Oh,
Thank
yeah.
you for
Yeah,
the
good
effort.
guy.
So he's in the crowd and he says thank you for the effort. So you're the Black Star. So who is the Black Star? For all the Jamaicans who out there who not too sure, let me see if anybody types in quickly who the Black Star is. Where did Daaim get this username from? Because Daaim is completely Pan-African on us. Let's see. Give them 30 seconds. And guys, this is why you have to know your history. This is why we're bringing the history to you. Because check my generation, we know who the Black Star is. Wow! I am shocked our under 14 champion gets it. I'm thinking mommy or daddy is around him. Though he's a good researcher, but this shocks me and my phone will be buzzing off the hook in a little while from him telling me, no sir, I knew this. So well done.
Yeah, Marcus Garvey is such an important figure in just world history, particularly as it pertains to the African diaspora. And I appreciated Marcus Garvey because obviously born in Jamaica, I think in St. Anne's Bay.
Yeah, St. Anne's Bay.
And came to the U.S. and he started this Universal Negro Improvement Association, very, very powerful spokesperson for the unity of African people. And that Black Star shipping line, even though it had some problems, was iconic of what this unity could be. And that is essentially what the chess drum, that's what my philosophy is that you have to have this kind of Pan-African unity so that we can draw this energy. And I actually see a trend happening because I'm in African WhatsApp groups and they're doing the same thing. There's a lot of energy that is now bubbling because of these online matches and cage matches. And we had one cage match with Prince Mulinga of Zambia had a cage match that he played recently with Josh Colas.
So I saw Colas against Husbands. I didn't see that one. I saw Colas against Husbands. That was entertaining. I won't lie, I was cheering for Husbands. Though I know Josh from Trinidad days when Josh was yay high playing in Trinidad. So I'm so proud of him. But sorry Josh, I was cheering for Orlando. So I went down with the Orlando ship that night. But I hope he'll be back.
Yeah, we actually, Josh came to Trinidad. That was his first overseas tournament.
Yeah.
And Edison
Raphael, yeah,
asked me if I knew of any young players, and so I recommended Josh and his father, Guy Colas, with Josh, and then myself went over there and I covered the tournament, and it was really fascinating because, and you know, I don't want to, you know, it's not like I'm boasting, but Josh was fortunate enough to have beaten Ryan Harper. That was a big deal.
It was a huge deal. I stood up watching the game. It was a huge deal because I was there with my son and we were watching, and I stood up watching that game and I was amazed at this young player who seemed to not blunder. he seemed, even at that age, he made solid moves and he just did not blunder. And I was so amazed when I saw that game.
Yeah. I mean, that was a really big boost for him of his confidence. And now he's have graduated from the university, and now he's going to spend a year trying to pursue 2 more Grandmaster norms. He has one, and he's going to pursue the GM title.
So, Daaim, we start near the end of August. We're going to do our futures series. So we do this. The basis of this is to pass information on to the next generation. But for 4 to 6 weeks, we're going to focus on the next generation and bring them on, that they can invite us along on the journey, to tell us what their aims are, to tell us where they're going, that we can travel with them and encourage and help. And I'd love to have Josh on. I have Orlando already. I have our Josh and Cupid. We have a number of them lined up. But I would love to have Josh Colas on. So give me the link and we'll talk. I'll talk to him because he's a part of Caribbean. It started in Trinidad and he has a lot of fans around watching him develop, and if he's going for that, we're going with him. We're going to do everything we can.
Josh has roots in Haiti. His father is Haitian.
Ah, nice.
So, yeah.
And so, you see a Haitian team coming out now also.
Yeah.
So
they're also doing those cage matches with West Africa. They had one with the Ivory Coast, and I think it was the Cameroon. They had a cage match with the other Francophone countries. So it's a very interesting energy.
So guys, you hear that a cage match is in our future, right? So just saying, PCI has to jump into this cage match thing. We have the strength, so we're going to show it. Gosh, chess is so exciting right now. It is so exciting. I have a young player from Bahamas. I know our youngster from Jamaica is coming on in a little. So you're going to have to play him soon. MaxtheMaster, send the challenge. So let's set up. And we're going to go into your first 3 blitz. So let's wipe that sweat off, Daaim. And you told me that the water and that little green bottle will give you energy. You're going to need it. These 8-year-olds are going to come at you first. They're going to come. So here's the thing. No mercy, Daaim, because if they get the advantage, they're not going to show you any mercy either. So no mercy.
Okay, let's see what we got.
Let's see what we got. Alright, so MaxtheMaster, you need to send the invite, and it's the black star. As you're seeing there, the black star.
Uh-oh, the challenge went away. What happened?
So I'm not sure, but everybody's saying let's go. So everybody's ready for you, Daaim. Hopefully Josh tunes in, because Cesar said he sent Josh, because definitely when we start in the futures, we start with Orlando, and I'd love to have Josh right up. Alright, We Chess, Warren Elliott has come on and he's saying, hail up the big man, Daaim.
Hey Warren, how you doing?
Alright, so MaxtheMaster, let's get there. If not, Nathan Rabbit, you got it?
Well, have him to send it again because it keeps popping off.
Alright, so one last time. Once it comes up, just click tick and you should be in. If not, you want to send the challenge. If not, you'll send the challenge.
Okay, have him send it one more time.
Alright, so you hearing Max one more time. Coming now. Alright, as we wait, just reminding you, we have the great one. We have Dr. Daaim Shabazz, Mr. Chess Drum himself, the man who is too modest to know the true impact he has had on black chess, not just the Caribbean, Africa. Everywhere there's a black player, we know that Dr. Shabazz had something to do with it. He's just too modest, he doesn't realize. Alright, so you're playing. Alright, I'm not sure. I see coming now, and we're playing now, but you haven't seen that challenge. Alright, so let's try. Let's see if someone else can send through. So, Nathan, let's send through. So Nathan Rabbit, you asked for the game earlier and you said you want to play Dr. Shabazz, so let's go. If not Daaim, then you may have to send, I may have to send you the names and you send it through. Alright, much respect for the follow. Much respect. Alright, so Daaim, I'm going to send you the... Oh wow. He's saying, Daaim, he is playing... Are you playing now, Daaim?
Am I playing? Yeah.
Okay. So let's see. And we're off. And let's quickly run back, guys. We missed the first couple moves. So Max is black. And we have a Vienna Gambit. So Vienna Gambit in the house. Daaim isn't playing. Daaim is coming to beat everybody. So guys, Daaim told me he hasn't played chess in a while, but nobody plays the Vienna Gambit if they haven't played in a while. This is extra sharp. Extra sharp. Alright, Daaim, so remember these 8-year-olds, I see your maximum concentration, so my aim is to distract you. You can't look so serious, we're having fun drinking coffee and playing Blitz. Alright guys, so I'll have to do the commentary. Daaim is in a definitely beating everybody mood. So H3, and there we get the smile. So Nathan, it will be Rannoch and then you. So Rannoch goes after and then you. Ooh, you're not letting these young players settle, Daaim. Sending up those pawns. Vladimir, thanks for the follow. So guys, we're going to see some fireworks on the board. I tell you, Daaim has been practicing for the past 2 weeks. He knew he was coming on. So Daaim ain't here to lose, guys. He's just not here to lose. So Daaim, you're managing your clock well though, man.
Yeah. Well, you know, I used to play this a lot. I used to play a lot of Blitz, but...
Yeah, well, I see the smile on your face, so it means you know you're winning something. There you go.
Careful.
There you go. Told you guys, Daaim ain't playing. And this is a young player out of the Bahamas, Daaim. And I tell the Bahamas they have great things with him.
I actually visited the Bahamas. That was several years ago I was there. And I actually met the youth team back in '83. Antoinette Seymour, Juliet Storr, who else? Percy Rowe. I met all those guys. That was the World Team Youth Tournament.
Alright, let me not distract you. Focus. We're cheering for you. There you go. Don't want to distract you. These guys will use everything. They're sending me saying, ask him more questions. Ask him. Yeah. Connected pass pawns.
Could be some problems.
Yeah, could be some problems. Your clock looking pretty. Oh, body blow, body blow. Yeah, it's a massive center, Peter. Massive center.
The cup. Yeah.
Mario not sure what compensation, my brethren. This look like a man on fire and on farm. Daaim, you're hiding something from us, man. Tell you 2 weeks worth of trading. What's one up? Well done, young man. So Max, you know you have been included and you hopefully enjoyed it, but you walked into a player who has been training for 2 weeks quietly. Alright, Ranok. Your turn. Let's send the challenge. This is Jamaica's under 10 champion coming through now. Oh, he's saying he wants the pawn. So I don't know which pawn he's going to take, but he has sent out that he wants your pawn, Daaim. So Daaim,
okay.
I don't know which one, but let's go. It's ChessChampjj. So he'll be sending the challenge soon.
Okay, let's go.
So Chess Champ, he's ready. Daaim is ready. So Daaim, if I knew you're in this sort of form, yeah, 3-2. If I knew you're in this sort of form, I'd have given you some background music, you know, man.
I used to just tease with Ian with dance hall and some of the reggae music that we listened to when we were at the Olympiad. And sometimes Ian will just break out in some bounty killer.
So trust me, we know next time. We know next time we're going to have the theme music. Don't worry. ChessChampjj, has he sent the challenge?
I don't see it.
Yeah, he asked if it was 3-2, so I figure the challenge will come through soon. Ah, there we go.
How do I get white again?
I don't know, but let's go. The computer likes you.
I actually like to play black.
Well, let's see. This computer likes you playing white. Pablo, welcome, my brethren. So, Nathan, Rabbit, you're up next. And then we go into one of Daaim's favorite game where he's beating one of our masters. And I enjoyed seeing the game. So, guys, you're going to enjoy this game. Bahamas says thanks for the game, Daaim. So,
That was good. I have to get back to the Bahamas.
yeah.
I don't usually play this. I play the E4 all the time, but you have to switch it up.
You're mixing up. I tell you that, man. I tell you. This 2 weeks of training bring you immense confidence, changing up your rep and everything.
Don't tell everybody that because they might challenge me.
Don't worry, everybody already waiting to challenge you. Everybody. I see people throwing out names. There's a line right now, my friend. But it looks like you have some people scared too, because the next man up is calling, asking another man if he's going to play. He was messaging me all day saying, I need to play early, sir. And now that he has seen your form, he's going, hey, is John playing?
Yeah, this is a little too quiet for me. I usually don't play this way.
Yeah, I saw Vienna Gambit a while ago, so I'm not sure, but I think you're showing your diversity right now and showing that you're a universal player.
Oh, the end game. Let's see what you all are teaching your juniors about the end game.
Well, when an 8-year-old doesn't mind going into an end game, you know.
Be interesting.
What's most impressive for me is your time management.
Yeah, don't speak too soon. I might just go into a long think.
Although
it's easy to do in these types of positions. I may liven it up a little bit.
Yeah, looking that way.
Gambit player.
Yeah, and it's hard. I want to comment it so badly, but because both of you are live at cards, so each time I'm catching myself.
I couldn't take the bishop because he had the intermezzo on E2.
E2, yep.
Okay.
So Daaim is in the second of 3 games, guys, before he goes into his first match. His first game that he'll be annotating for us and discussing.
Minority attack.
And you still have your time advantage, you know. Oh, whoa. He's not going to make it easy for you, though.
Okay.
Yeah. And he's 8. Let's remind you.
Oh. 8.
Yeah. Alright guys, some serious chess played. Definitely some serious chess. Nobody easing up.
I don't know. Maybe I should have played.
Oh, hold on. What happened? Timeout? Oh, and he forgot his time.
Yeah.
Alright, but Daaim, attack here. E4 next game.
Yeah.
But it's good seeing you play chess, my friend. It's good seeing you play chess. One more coming. So Nathan Rabbit, and then we go back over and we start discussing your game. So Nathan Rabbit, your turn. Sorry, run up. You have to watch that clock. You have to watch the clock. Alright, so now you get a black.
You know, I started out playing the Night Off as a junior.
Mm-hmm.
Then I played Then I played to Sheveshnikov.
And now I'm seeing a Paulson. You're Mr. Sicilian.
All my life. I played the French for a short period of time, but then I played the modern after that.
Well, you like dynamics, so you weren't going to stay with the French too long.
But you know, I have a saying that I play C5 against anything. Against any first move, I play C5.
Then you're going to have fun chess. You're going to have real fun chess.
I probably C3.
Oh, he went for C4 anyway.
But he played on BD2. So now we're going into a Maurice bind.
His piece placement might be questionable though. That knight on D2 might get in the way.
Yeah, it belongs on C3.
Yeah.
You have a regular Maurice bind.
Alright, Mario loves the knight on D2. Well, let's see Mario. Ah, okay. Re-A6. Understood.
This is tricky. So do your juniors know what this setup is called?
Well, they should. If not, they're going to get push-ups. You started to ask some questions now. Okay. Yeah, I missed.
Nice.
Right, against the two bishops. Yeah, but 3-2 a little different, Mario.
Oh wow, a good move.
Knights are poor defenders of themselves.
Yeah, unfortunately.
No, it wasn't a bad fight, but now that. Ooh, body blow back. And it's also horrible on the edge of the board. Yeah, Knights on the edge, just not the best, boy. Alright, and that's 3. That is 3. I thought he might have had something for some chances to draw, but you just wipe it out. I was looking on the color square being wrong, but don't seem that he had. He waited too long. So from here, I thought he had h4. Yeah, he had h4 right here when the king was far away. Just simply h4. And he would have had chances. So you know he's going to get push-ups. But watch the speed again. The clock. You are not playing with that clock. You're definitely not playing. And we're seeing that you have been doing your work. And prepping the whole time. So you gave us the story of how ChessDrum came about. And yes, every man in the audience is envious of your Sports Illustrated job. We all are. We may be smiling and going, go Daaim, but we're all going, I wish we had that job. But
that was just that was a short pit stop in New York that I did, and the way I look at the ChessDrum is that, and I don't mean to sound arrogant, but I think all of the skills that I have in my life were designed for me to do this website.
And well, you have done it so well.
I have a computer science degree.
Mm-hmm.
I have a marketing degree, and I had international affairs. So all of those together is, I believe, perfect for doing the ChessDrum. And so, for whatever it's worth, that's where I find the interest.
And we have benefited from it. Let's go back even before ChessDrum now. What age did you start play chess, and how did you fall in love with the game? Because you have to truly love the game to put the time and effort that you have into this. So what age did you start, and how did you fall in love with the game?
Now I'm kind of envious because I just played 3 boys who started at very young ages. I started at probably 14. And the way it happened was interesting. It shows you how beautiful chess is, and we're celebrating International Chess Day today. And I'll tell you the story of how I started. So me and my friends were walking through the neighborhood in Chicago. That's where I grew up. And I saw 2 boys on the next block playing chess. It was about 8 o'clock at night. And I didn't know what chess was. I just knew that they were playing under a lamp, and they were looking at the board for a long time, and I didn't understand, but I was intrigued. And so that next day, I went home, and I got the encyclopedia, and I looked up chess, and I found the moves. And that's how I learned. Wow. I learned from the encyclopedia. And so, then,
hold on, Daaim. Does any of our audience under 20 know what an encyclopedia is? Because they just Google now. They don't go to the library. Or I still have, when I go to my parents' house, we still have the Britannica. So my mom and dad still have the Britannica, and you know you have to go through the Britannica to research anything. Darren is saying that he has. Have you seen a Britannica, Darren? Because you know we're over a certain age when we start talking about encyclopedia and Britannica and all of that. And Daaim, what was funny is that you aim to have the entire Britannica series, right? But salespeople would come and sell you one Britannica, and they're asking which letter do you want. So there are times to get this.
Those things were very expensive.
Yeah, man. So we had to buy by the letter. It wasn't the set. So this you get this letter, you get that letter, and eventually you get the alphabet. And when you get the alphabet, you know everything.
Fortunately for me, my parents invested heavily in having a lot of books around the house, and fortunately for me, that's the way I found chess. And
excellent.
I played people around the neighborhood, but they weren't tournament chess players, and some of them may not even have known the rules completely. But my first real game that led me on the path was actually losing. I lost to a scholars mate in my first game in high school. And we were in the back of the room, and so they were playing chess, and I went back there. I thought, I know the moves, and so I sat down and I played. And this guy, his name was Jacques Holt, he scholars mated me. And I got up, and I was embarrassed, but, they said, oh, you could have stopped that. All you needed to do was this. And I had no clue as to what was going on. But then about a year later, I started playing more and I got better. And so one of my classmates said, you should join the chess club. So I joined the chess club. Now, bear in mind, this is Chicago. And I went to a high school with 5,000 students. And this is an all-black high school. And there were 100 members in the chess club already. There were 100. And we had this coach, Tom Feinberg, who was very dedicated to exposing us to the beauty of chess. And so I have to, and he passed away some years ago, but I would have to credit him with providing the environment. In this environment, it was fierce. We had our own rating in the club, and he would start everybody out at 700 rating. So you started out at 700, and then you would have to work your way up. So in my junior year, I finally was good enough to make the team. We had a state tournament and actually had the highest score on the team.
Wow, nice.
In the state tournament. But then something happened between my junior and senior year, that's 11th grade and 12th grade, is that I studied for about 6 to 8 hours a day over the summer. And I had a mentor, Marvin Dandridge, who was a very strong player that I sharpened myself on and used to study. And I went to a park every Saturday and I played. And so I went from 6th board to 1st board the next year.
Nice.
And then I kept studying, and then 2 years later I won the Illinois Junior Closed tournament. But then, just like everything else, your life gets in the way, and I started college, and I had less and less time for chess. And so I reached maybe about a 2100 level, mid 2100s before I started doing other things and graduate school, and then the chess drum came. And so I think my passion came because chess to me is an expression. You're able to analyze. You're able to analyze yourself because you're able to see what's inside of you. This is one of the few things that you can externalize what's inside of you, because you're looking at, okay, I'm taking too much time, I'm indecisive. These are things you could actually see coming out of you, and you can make some corrections into your own demeanor. So it is that. It is also the challenge. I love the dynamism of chess. I don't believe in the whole theory, okay, white has the first move, but I think there's enough dynamism in chess that black has chances to equalize and wrest the initiative. And so there's this debate about white having the first move these days, and I just believe that in the dynamism of black, and that chess is a fair game. So I think there are different levels, because when I started writing about chess, that was a different appreciation that I got for chess, because now I'm exposed to everybody else's stories. And I got inspiration from reading about many of these players whom I never would have met if it was not for the chess drum, because I wouldn't have looked for it. I wouldn't have looked for these players.
Yeah.
But it's the stories are amazing, and a lot of us want to know what Magnus Carlsen is doing, Hikaru Nakamura, and we want to know that because that's professional chess. But the real stories come from people from these small islands, from the Caribbean, from the Pacific Islands, from Latin America. These are some very inspiring stories of how people came on to chess. If you know the story of the Queen of Katwe, that's a book or a movie that you should see. young girl from Uganda who finds chess, and that was her ticket out of abject poverty. That is a fantastic story, but you know how chess players are. They're like, what is her rating? It's like you're missing the story. Yeah. It's a beautiful story of somebody coming out of poverty, and those are the things that has given me the passion for chess and to write about and to continue to highlight the accomplishments that we have made as people in the African diaspora. We have made a contribution, and I am here to show the contribution that we are making.
And we genuinely appreciate that. I see somebody who you said hello to earlier on has now come in. So Chess Ninja Mark Bowen is in the house, and he says, big up Dr. Shabazz and all Massive and crew. So Mark
had one of the most popular articles on the Chess Drum years ago. He had contributed an article on lateral thinking in chess. And lateral thinking is this concept that you look at different activities, you look at different sports, and you can take some of those lessons from those competitive activities and also apply them to chess. And for many years, that was the most popular article. People were reading it. And I mean, sometimes I go back and I read that article because it is a very deep article. And that's probably something that your viewership and those in Jamaica should go back and read that article on lateral thinking, because I think Mark made a very good contribution when he wrote that article.
All right, so young players, you hear Chess Drum tomorrow. Read the article on lateral thinking by Mark Bowen, Chess Ninja. So don't worry, my students will be doing it in class tomorrow. Thank you. You just give them some homework to do. So definitely. So you've been to a lot of the islands, and the first game you picked, you're going to show us, is from, you played in Jamaica. How many islands have you been to? Well, Caribbean islands, yeah.
I came to Jamaica in 2003 at the Harold Chan Open. And a quick story here, I came with Amon Simutowe. Amon was about 19 at the time, and he was in school at University of Texas at Dallas. And we actually got an invitation from Ian Wilkinson. And I think at that time, I think he was president at that time. He had just become president. And so we ended up finding some $200 tickets on American Airlines. And we ended up in Kingston. And he picked us up at the Norman Manley Airport. And we spent the weekend there, and we had a wonderful time. And we also got a chance to meet some of the students, Geoffrey Byfield, so we visited his students. And I think we had a couple of other outings where Simutowe was giving all these odds. He was giving blitz odds, 5-1, 3-1. It was amazing.
Yeah.
He's one of our most talented players that we've seen.
Yeah, without a doubt.
That trip was so important because the article that I wrote was called The Pan-African Wave of Chess in Jamaica. Mm-hmm. Because Amon is from Zambia. He's from southern part of Africa. I'm from the U.S. and then we're in Jamaica, interacting with the Jamaican community. And that was really, in my mind, a very important time in terms of this interaction between different communities. So, Simutowe gave us Simo, and he lost a game to Russell Porter. I think that was the only game he lost the whole weekend.
So,
he won the
in Olympiad, and you know my view on Simutowe. He's the player that has me in awe when I watch him play. So I went to Olympiad, and I didn't know Simutowe at the time. I just had heard whispers about the Simutowe. He had just played World Juniors, and I don't remember what place he came, but he was high up in World Juniors. Was very, very high up. Top 10, I don't remember if it was top 3, but definitely top 10 in World Juniors. And I went to the Olympiad, and I'm walking through, because if you remember the Olympiad, you could just walk through. There was no restriction at the time. And I'm walking through, and I'm passing, and I see this black team high up, and I see this player beating up GM from one of the European countries, and I stop. And I watch and I see him effortlessly beat the Grandmaster, and I'm like, who is this? And we had access to Kasparov, we had access to Anand, we had access to all of those players. And I spent my Olympiad free time watching Amon play. That was the impression Amon made on me in that Olympiad. Once my game was finished, you keep the card on, because if not, you're going to get kicked out. And I walked to Amon's game every single day because I was in such amaze. I was so amazed at the way he played chess. Yeah, chess was just easy for him. It's like
in Africa, he was winning
second place.
I think he won the national championship. I think he was 13 or 14 when he won the Zambian national championship. But then in African Junior, he was winning these tournaments about 10 out of 11 and 11 out of 12. These really ridiculous scores.
Amazing, man.
And he was actually, I think it was Gary Kasparov that actually mentioned him as being a rising talent. He recognized Simutowe as being a talented player.
Yeah.
And that comes from Kasparov.
That's huge. That's huge, man. That's huge. I couldn't believe my eyes when I saw him. Couldn't believe my eyes. So you played.
But to finish your question, so I was in Jamaica. I've also been to Trinidad a couple of times because of the Carnival tournament that they held there. I went to the Bahamas. I was invited there by King Smith, who brought me there, and I played in the tournament. And I also met Antoinette Seymour for the first time in many years, because I met their team in 1983. I also met the Jamaican team in the World Youth in Chicago. It was the World Youth Team Championship in Chicago. And I remember playing one of the players. His name was David. What was David's last name?
Nichols.
Anyway, we played Nichols. Yeah, we played a round of Blitz. And I guess he wasn't playing that round. And I think he won the first game. We drew the second game, and I think I won several in a row. And he was quite disappointed. But it was just, really interesting to see. Or Warren Tonsing, I saw him. I think Shane Matthews was on that team. But I met the team from the Bahamas, and I actually offered to take them to a party. There was a party being held that weekend, but somehow we didn't make that we didn't make that outing. But from sometimes I'll reach out to some of the old players. I reconnected with Juliet Storr, who played on that team.
Yeah,
she's a professor in Connecticut.
Okay.
So I mean, it was those are the islands that I've been to. I haven't been to Barbados yet. I have been to Cuba. I went to Cuba, and I visited the Capablanca Chess Club there. Yeah. That was the most amazing trip from a chess standpoint, because the history is so rich. And just another point here. I was in Cuba at the time that they were having the Rogelio Ortega Memorial. Now, Rogelio Ortega was a national champion of Cuba in, I think, 65 or 66. And he's Afro-Cuban. Okay. And someone told me about him, and they said, do you know about this Cuban player? And I said, no. They said, well, yeah, here's a picture of him. I think he was in Poland. He was playing in a major tournament in Poland. And so then I started doing research on him, and I did an article. But I happened to be in Cuba when they were doing a memorial tournament on Rogelio Ortega. And it was just fascinating to go in that club and see the energy of those Cuban players, and they are strong. I was playing random people, and all of them were strong.
Yeah.
And I was like, this is incredible.
I found that out in 1997. I found that out.
And chess is everywhere. People are playing in the parks. There's artwork. There's sculptures. There's everybody's playing. And so if you go to my Facebook page at Chess Drum, you'll see the cover art is me playing chess blitz with some guys on the street. That's in Havana, Cuba.
Nice.
That's where I played that game. So
nice.
Those are the islands I've been to. I'm looking to get to some other islands and hopefully I won't be rusty by the time I make my next trip.
Well, I'm seeing you tonight, and we're not seeing any rust right now. We'll see later on, but we ain't seen any rust as yet. So you're in Jamaica, and you're playing Geoffrey. And which tournament is this?
So this was a Harold Chan tournament. I also played Warren Elliott. We played to a very exciting draw. I played an offbeat line, which I do nowadays. And we got into a very crazy position, but it ended up in the draw. I also played Dwayne Rowe. I played the center game, which is E4, E5, D4. E takes D4, and then Queen takes D4. And when I played that, Dwayne he stopped, and he looked for a long time because I guess he had never faced that before. And he seemed to be very uncomfortable with that game. And I ended up getting a good position. It wasn't enough to win, but we drew that game. And then the last round, I played Geoffrey Byfield. Now, before we get to the game, I have to tell you, when we went to do our visits to his school, he had his students there. We played some blitz games. And he's a very aggressive player, plays the Smith Morra, and he just throws his pawns at you and tries to crush you. So he was winning the blitz games. He was winning the majority of the blitz games. And so he had a psychological advantage before he played this game. And so when we sat down, I knew that he would feel very confident in this game. And so I said, okay, I understand his tendencies. I understand that he's going to try to throw his pawns, which is essentially what happened. So this game started out as a Smith Morra, and I'm trying to find the game. It's not showing on the Lead Chess board. Where do I find it?
So let's go back into studies.
Studies.
So just go back in and you see it. If not the same link, if not the same link that the message that came in, you can click back on the link and it will go back into it.
Okay. So I'm going to swap the board, if you all don't mind.
So to flip it. Alright, so let's flip it. One sec. And flipped. There you go. You have it?
I have it.
Alright.
Okay. So this game was in the last round. So we were ending the tournament, and I think Simutowe had already clinched the tournament. But I certainly wanted to go out on a high note. I believe I lost one game. And so I wanted to kind of make a good impression of myself in the last game. So we started out with E4. These are similar to the blitz games that we were playing. And so as you all know, he plays a Smith Morra. Now, back in the day, I used to just take all the pawns and play various defenses. There are so many different defenses. If you all want to study the Smith Morra, there's a book by Mark Esserman. He's an international master in the U.S. He does a very extensive analysis on the Smith Morra, and he includes all the setups. But in this game, I said that I am going to decline the gambit by playing D3. And usually with Smith Morra players, they want to attack. They want to bring their knights out. They want to bring their bishop on C4. They want to bring their rooks to the center, and they want to blast you open. And they want to sack on B5 and E6 and just crush you. But this causes White to make a decision in terms of the setup. So we go into this kind of Maroczy bind. Now, Maroczy bind, by its nature, is more positional, which I said to myself, okay, I've won because instead of him attacking, he now has to assume a more positional setup in Maroczy bind. So we go forth, and all of these are just kind of standard moves. In one of the blitz games that you saw me play, I adopted the hedgehog. But here, the slight difference is now I played knight C6. because he plays a different move order. And if I play knight b7, then g4 may cause me a bit of problems because now I can't play my f knight to d7. So I played knight to c6. And now he is eyeing my queen. So a typical trick here is for white to play knight to d5 here. That's a little trick that you kind of learn if you've played enough of these games. The idea is that if you take the knight, then the c-pawn takes the knight and you win back the knight, but you also compromise black's pawn structure. So I play queen a5. Now this is probably not the best move, but I thought that I would play something slightly different to kind of confuse him. But I had another idea in mind. So now he's playing his knight to e2, his g knight to e2. Now this is not the normal place where you would place the knight in this position. Usually the queen is on g3, the knight's on actually d4. But this is a Smith Morra, so it's a little different setup. So I continue to develop. Now here he comes. And I knew he was going to rush me on the king side because he had done that in the Blitz games, and I knew it was coming. And so I remembered a game with Judith Polgar playing Alexei Shirov. Judith Polgar actually played the black pieces. And she played a very brilliant game, actually crushing Shirov. And if you've never seen Judith Polgar's games, you need to look at them, particularly the one with she played against Shirov. Because there was a continuation where she sacks her queen, and, well, if Shirov goes into the line, then she mates him with two knights. And it's a very beautiful position. So now in this position, I have to make a decision. Am I going to castle into this? What do you all think? You all think I would castle into this? That would be quite dangerous. Because Byfield already has his bishops raking. The pawns are coming. And I think this would just be a storybook attack. So I said I need to wait.
Yeah, I see Mario saying d5. Some d5 moves. Nobody castling yet.
Yeah, nobody castling.
Nobody castling.
I mean, he's probably going to keep his king toward the center. You know, because he's already committed g4 and he's already played rook ac1. So where's his king going to go? So I played this move.
Somebody said g5. So
G5.
Laban said g5. Then he went maybe. Then he goes definitely. So he ain't too sure about g5, but he feels g5. So somebody said g5. Nice.
Yeah, g5. And this was because...
the square.
And this is why it's important for us to study these classic games, because you learn these patterns and you learn these themes. And we know that usually when somebody is executing a flank attack, you strike in the center, right?
Yeah.
And when they go in the center, you strike on the flanks. But here I'm striking on the flanks. And what does this move do? This move actually undermines the e5 square. So if takes, and I don't have my variations showing, is there a way I can get my variations up? If not, that's okay.
Yeah, the variations are there. So
Okay.
where is this? I had a position. Alright, so I'm seeing it later on with e5, but I don't see variations. So if e5, I see if e5, so I see variations with e5 there. But our h4.
Yeah.
So those are the two things that I see.
Yeah. So, but obviously, if fg, then knight e5,
Yeah.
and then take on g4, and then white's completely busted. You can't, if you're playing white and somebody plays the Sicilian, you have to avoid them getting that knight on e5, because if that knight gets on e5, then it's like Godzilla. It's just a piece that's going to dominate the game. So anyway, Byfield actually stopped after I played this move. He stopped for a while and thought, and not to be undone, he continues on. He continues on with h4. He continues this attack. So I take, and now what have I accomplished? So now my king is going to stay in the center, obviously. But what happens now is that I reposition the knights. Now Simutowe, when he was watching my game, and he says, when you played g5, I knew you were in good form. Because now what happens? This knight will get the e5. And it will just stay there for the remainder of the game. But he continues. Now he's going to kick my queen away. And now I'm forcing his hand. Now I probably don't want to take the bishop because, of course, this bishop is not hurting me as much. So we continue. Now you notice I'm starting to break down these kingside pawns. Now I'm eyeing on g4. So if you all notice that black has a full assault on the dark squares.
Complete control, yeah.
If you see all of the dark squares, if you look at the square c5, d4, e3, that whole diagonal, you have a lot of weaknesses. And so this is just, this is not something white wants to allow ever in, I guess, the Sicilian. So now he's trying to mix it up. He's trying to confuse me. And obviously I can't take on c5 because then my knight on e5 hangs. But I had a feeling that something was brewing here. Now again, he's going knight d5. He's playing for tricks. And I continue on and I retreat. Now, I wonder if the audience can see what's brewing with queen d8. There's something brewing here.
So let's see. Nobody too sure. Nobody sure yet. That you have all of us calculating away. Apart from Mario, who says nice, so he has seen something, but not telling the rest of us. So DC, Cesar says DC. So Geoffrey says DC is coming. And
so remember, I said about the knights on e5. Those knights on e5 are immovable. They're tremendously strong, and they're going to play a role in how the game finished. So okay, he plays knight a4. He's trying to again to, I guess he's just trying to mix things up, make it more complicated. So I finally take on c5. Now notice that might have even been a blunder because now I'm hitting his knight after d takes c5. Now I'm hitting on d3. Mm-hmm. But I think he's just trying to open lines.
And g4, yeah, nice.
Now g4.
Yeah, so everybody else saying g4, yeah.
So now what's happening? So notice the dark squares are weak, and also his light squares are being weakened. The f3 square is very weak. The d3 square is very weak. So it's just a bad situation.
Yeah, and there's a saying, once one color complex is weak, all colors are weak. So those pieces on the dark square e5 hitting light squares. So while it's an outpost on e5 and a strong square is hitting d3, it's hitting f3, it's hitting c4, it's hitting g4. All light squares. So all the squares weak right now.
They call that a Godzilla knight on e5. It's like Godzilla.
So it's a Godzilla knight, alright?
It's a Godzilla knight. So when I played this move, I actually left the board. I went outside because this is a critical moment. He has to play a reasonable move here, otherwise the game ends. So he plays bishop f4. He's hitting my knight. So what do I do? What's my move?
Waiting for the chat to tell me.
I'm looking too.
Alright, you have everybody wondering. So knight f3 with e5, somebody has said. So the 14-year-old says knight f3 with e5. Somebody else.
So okay, this is what happened. I go away from the board.
Somebody else says bishop h4 also.
So we have a winner. We have a winner here. But just before I play the move, I'll just tell you that, of course, I'm sweating because this game is very tense. And even if you make a mistake with black, the fortune of this game can change very rapidly. So I left the board. I wanted him to think about his next move, but I had a feeling that he was not going to see this next move. And certainly I played bishop takes h4.
Pretty.
So that, my friends, is the game.
Oh, pretty.
Rook takes, queen takes. So he plays bishop takes, my knight, and I just take again.
And the queen is pinned.
Queen is pinned.
Deadly. Yeah, I agree, Cesar. Deadly.
So the game continues, and I trade down. There's really nothing more.
You're 2 pawns up. All good attack leads to a one end game. Remember, guys, every good attack leads to a one end game.
Yeah, so then what happens is I start to attack his king. I'm trying to mate him.
Ooh.
Yeah.
That's just not nice. E1, knight E1, that's not nice. This is...
So that was it.
This is how you beat attackers.
I think the thing there was he had beat me games in Blitz, and I knew he was going to come with a lot of energy, so I didn't want him to extend that energy to this game, and I was a bit more cautious, and fortunately I found the G5 idea in the knight D7 and knight E5, and the game went smoothly. So yeah, it was a good way to close the tournament, and Byfield was very gracious after the game. We analyzed this game for maybe about an hour. There were some crazy lines in this game. There are absolutely crazy lines that we didn't go through earlier. But it was a very good experience, and I'm overdue for a return trip to Jamaica. I'm well overdue. I haven't been since 2004. And that was
well overdue.
Yeah, that was Ian Wilkinson's wedding that I came to, and that was the last time I was in Jamaica. So I need to make a return trip.
So you have a lot of fans now, as you can see. A lot of fans jumping up about this game. This was a nice game. And with combination, it actually nicely segues into my next question. You did a book, a wonderful book, Triple Exclam. And it's a highly personal book for you. I had the pleasure of meeting the person you wrote the book on. There you go, guys. Triple Exclam. And for me, the player that I have witnessed with imagination can't done, which is our Jamaican term, imagination can't done, is Emory Tate. That man's imagination, when he analyzed the things he saw, wow, that imagination, exceptional.
You know, I put in the book that Jamaicans were a big fan of Emory. They liked his game.
Yeah, man.
Because he played in that style of...
The Jamaican style.
The Jamaican style.
Yeah.
He played in the Jamaican style.
He played in the Jamaican style.
Yeah. I knew enough about Jamaican chess to know what that style was.
Yeah.
And I understood why Jamaicans liked Emory's game so much.
Yeah.
He
did.
He was a unique character. He was, and I had an interview the other day, and they were asking me about Emory, and I believe some Jamaicans have met him. He actually played Sheldon Wong in a game.
I need to find that game on Wednesday.
Yeah, it was interesting because I think Sheldon Wong won a pawn in the opening, and I think Jamaicans would know who Sheldon Wong was.
Yeah, so Wednesday Daaim or Walk Down Memory Lane will be featuring Sheldon Wong. So it's so timely that you mentioned that. On Wednesday we'll be looking on his game. So if you have that game, please send it.
Yeah, I'll send it.
Please
I'll
do.
send it. Yeah, it was Sheldon actually won a pawn with a tactic that Emory overlooked, but then I think Sheldon overpressed and ended up losing the game. But that was a very interesting matchup to have Sheldon Wong, this Jamaican legend, playing, Emory Tate, who's also another legend.
Yeah.
But just to tell you something more about Emory. Emory was born in my hometown of Chicago, on the west side. But he spent his formative years in Indiana, where he went to high school. So he spent a study abroad summer in Mexico where he learned Spanish. But to see him when he was young, this guy, he was a wrestler. So he wrestled in high school, and he had these big forearms. And when I first saw him, he had a tank top on, and these muscles were just bulging. And I'd already heard of him, and so I watched him play at a tournament in Chicago at the Palmer House. And then I saw him walk in the Skittles room, and he was very expressive. He had a very big vocabulary, and I saw him analyze some games, and he would say triple exclam. Now, there isn't a triple exclam in chess. There's only a double exclam. But he would say triple exclam because he's thinking, okay, this move is absolutely otherworldly. It's out of this universe. And he had this kind of voice where he spoke he spoke at a rapid pace. Mm-hmm. He really spoke fast, and he had this huge vocabulary. But Emory went on to join the Air Force, where he won the Armed Force Championship 5 times. And he beat a slew of grandmasters. Yes. By his count, he told me he beat about 80 grandmasters. Now, that was when I interviewed him, and he won several more after that. So it may have been between 80 and 100 grandmasters.
Yeah, and I believe him. I believe him, boy. I watched him beat a couple with my own eyes, so I believe him.
These were not blitz. These were not blitz games. These were all classical games that he was beating these GMs.
Not just that. In Jamaica, we have a term, name brand. He wasn't just beating any GM. He was beating name brand GMs.
Name brand GMs. In fact, one of his classic games, the game that he always shows people. Another thing about Emory, he was just imagine if you've ever gone to a theater and watched a play. Emory was this actor on a stage, and he was acting out the chess game. He would show you a game, but then he's acting it out. He's using colorful language. He starts singing. He starts speaking in other languages. He starts using metaphors. He starts cursing. I mean, all of these things that he puts into his performance. And I'll never forget this. We were at a tournament in the World Open in Philadelphia, and he had just played Sergei Kudrin, who's a very strong grandmaster, formerly from Soviet Union, who immigrated when he was very young. And Emory beat him in 24 moves. It was an absolute obliteration. So he's in the Skittles room showing this game, and there were, I kid you not, about 40 people around his game watching him going through this game. People were literally standing in their chairs watching him go through this game. It was an absolute performance. And I was standing in my chair because I took a picture of the scene, and if you have a copy of Triple Exclam, you will know the picture that I'm talking about. So he goes through this game, and he makes his final move. He gets up, he walks out of the room, and the whole room breaks out in applause. And I had never seen anybody get an applause for going over a game before. I mean, this is the World Open. This is if you play the World Open, you know the scene. It's people just hanging out playing Blitz, but everybody would stop playing Blitz and they would go watch him go over this game. And he left that room and he got an applause, and I said, wow, this was a magical moment.
Wow.
For somebody to get an applause for going over a game, because it was just that theatrical. It was just, I can't even describe. I did record one of his analysis sessions when he played Salvijus Versus. And that game is also in the book. There's also a recording that I did of it. So you can also find that on the Chess Drum. The main game that he always plays over is the game with Leonid Yudasin. And this is a game that he shows everybody who wants to see it. And sometimes he goes over it in Russian. He was fluent in Russian. In the Air Force, he was actually a Russian interpreter. So he would, and he told me not to ask him any questions about what he did in the Air Force. But he would intercept Russian communications and he would interpret them for the Air Force. And he spoke Russian better than Russians. He spoke a very high level Russian. So sometimes he would go over the games in Russian. But this is the game, and I think we're queued up.
Yeah, we're right there.
Where we can go through the game.
And Yudasin,
so this is,
hold on, Yudasin, I think at one time was top 10 in the world.
Top 10.
He was top 10 in the world. So this is, as I said, name brand gem. Name brand.
Well, at the time of this game, he was around top 10, but he was over 2,600. And well respected.
Yeah.
He was, I can't remember exactly where in the Soviet Union. He might have been from one of the Russian provinces. But he also lived in Israel before he moved to the U.S. Mm-hmm. And so this game here, it will be very hard for you to predict the moves.
Now we're going to sit back. We start in a second, and we're going to sit back. So everybody, get your beverage because this is a wonderful game, and we're going to sit back and enjoy the brilliance that was Emory Tate, boy. The absolute brilliance that was Emory Tate. I'm seeing
now, when I wrote the book, I didn't analyze myself. I had 4 sets of analysis that I combined into one. And so when you look at Triple Exclam, you'll see all of these sets of annotations by Jack Peters, who was an international master. Larry Christensen did some analysis. Daniel Noroditsky did some analysis. And I think there was 1 or 2 other players that I cited in going over this game. Mm-hmm. So here we go. This is in 1997, I believe. And this is a Najdorf. Mm-hmm. Now, Emory played the Sazin variation of the Najdorf. Sometimes he would play Bishop G5. He had another variation he played where he would play an early bishop Queen F3. You play an early Queen F3, then Queen G3. But this is, of course, one of Fischer's main weapons that he used to like to play. And so they're going into theory. So this is all theory. Now here's the first lesson. That in this position, black already has to be careful. Because in this position, there are already sacrificial possibilities. For example, white plays Queen E2. If black plays Bishop E7, then what happens? White goes Bishop E6, FE6, Knight E6, Queen moves. And now this is a kind of a common sacrifice in this line. And generally this is going to be good for white. White will have compensation for the piece because the king's position is destroyed. White will castle, centralize his pieces. and then black will be under heavy pressure. So that's one of those positions you have to kind of know these motifs to make sure that you're not falling prey to these basic sacrifices.
So John, it's in the book. John, it's in the book you just got, so make sure you study it. So you're getting real life things played out in front of you now. Alright, Daaim.
Yeah, in fact, I saw Emory with the tournament I mentioned when he was 21 years old. I saw Emory beating people with the sacrifice, and it impressed me because I wasn't familiar with the patterns. And so I learned the hard way by playing Emory and these sacrifices that he just liked to that he liked to execute on everybody that would play him. So Yudasin plays knight c5, and also the option of eliminating this bishop here on b3. So here Emory goes g4. Kind of looks like what Byfield was doing, just trying to rush the pawns. Emory continues. Now this is the first
sacrifice. So I used to play the Nadoff, and I used to play this knight bd7 line also. So I started out with the main line with b5, bb7, and then I think it was Kasparov who brought about this early knight bd7, knight c5. It was actually Kasparov who brought it about. And I started analyzing it. And ain't no bishop d5 in any other lines I analyzed. What's this? What is this?
You know, there's a book called Sacrifices in the Sicilian. Mm-hmm. After I met Emory and I saw him doing all these sacrifices, I went and got this book, and it shows you all the sacrifices in the Sicilian. It shows you the sacks on b5. It shows you the sacks on e6. It shows you the knight d5, knight f5 sacks. It shows you the rook takes on f6. It shows you all these thematic sacrifices.
There's a book, 7 Ways to Squash the Sicilian, I think it is. That has come out with it. We won it a couple weeks ago. So it's in the club, and just what you're saying, the themes, it went theme-based. And it seems to be a really, really good book.
So yeah, studied that and learned all the sacrifices, and it's just good to have an idea of these themes so you don't fall victim to these early sacks.
Or even better, that you can play them. Because the thrill of playing them, Daaim. So even better that you can play them.
So in this, let's say e takes d5, then knight c6, queen b6, take. I mean, this is just, you're just going to get squashed here.
Real quick, real quick.
I mean, you're just not going to survive this.
Yeah.
So that's one of the variations that was given in one of the sets of analysis. And so, of course, Yudasin has seen all this before. He's seen these types of positions. And we have our first trade. Now we have another method of undermining this queenside thrust. Now, obviously, you have two choices. You can take the pawn, which would obviously weaken a6 because both the rook and queen will hit a6. Or you could play b4. Now, of course, Yudasin didn't play b4. I don't particularly know if he was afraid of knight d5 here, which is
I would be.
You don't have to accept the knight in this position.
Yeah, but that knight c6 coming to, I'd be afraid of it also.
Yeah. So Yudasin went and he took the pawn, and so rook takes. Now Emory was very fond of his rook lifts. He liked to lift his rooks. There's actually a variation named after Emory. It's in the Al-Yekin's defense. And that goes e4, knight f6, e5, knight d5, c4, knight b6, a4, a5, rook a3. So he plays rook a3 on the fifth move with no other pieces developed. Then he takes the rook and he moves it from a3 over to g3 because that whole rank is clear.
Clear now, yeah.
So on the sixth move, he has his rook on g3, and then you can't castle. You can't castle kingside. Otherwise, I mean, you have pressure on g7 immediately.
Yeah.
Yeah. So in triple exclam, I have a game where he actually plays this against a master level player. That game was drawn, but there are some other illustrative games in the notes. So he was fond of his rook lifts.
All right, so Wilkinson begin you up. So Shabazz, he's in and out.
Oh, okay.
Saying hi,
All
great
right.
stuff. The picture of the analyst session. Read the win over GM Kudrin is on page 24. Triple exclam.
Yeah.
Back to the last stuff now. So he came in to big you up and the thing there.
Yeah. That's my brethren.
That's your brethren.
Yeah. Okay, so now if you look at the position, you might not really be impressed with white. You say, okay, well, he has a pawn on g5. There's really nothing going on. Black seems pretty solid. Of course, knight c6 doesn't really amount to anything right now. But we'll see how this plays out. So he plays knight c5, hitting the rook. Emory is not going to sacrifice this early, so he moves to a3. Now notice the position of the rook on a3. Now it's probably obvious to you now what's going to happen to that rook. You can probably imagine that he's going to at some point in time swing that rook over and initiate an attack. But before that, we have some more hammer blows that we want to show you. So Yudasin is, if you don't know Leonid Yudasin, he's a tough fighting player. He doesn't back down from a fight, which is pretty understandable. Getting to top 10 in the world, you can't be afraid of these types of positions. And he's won many positions being under pressure. One of the differences I see now these days, Jomo, is that players are better. They're much better defenders than they used to be.
Yeah.
And a lot of that is because of these computers. These junior players now defend. They defend so well. You can't just win a game in 20 moves. They'll take you to the end game, and maybe they make a mistake there, but people defend a lot better. In fact, Alexander Shabalov, who you know came from Latvia. Now this guy attacks. He comes from the Latvian school of chess with Mikhail Tal and
I felt it,
Alexei
Daaim.
Shirov.
I felt it. I felt it.
And you know, these types of players have made a career off of attacking. But Alexander Shabalov in an article said, well, you know, it's different now. You can't play like that anymore. You can't just attack and win games for free. So now, as you notice Shabalov's games, he plays a lot more positional. He still has the fire in attacking, but he doesn't play reckless like he did before, just trying to mate people in 20 moves. So in this position here, Yudasin felt very confident. And someone that I know who was watching the game said Yudasin was confident all the way up until the point he resigned, which is kind of funny.
Brilliant stuff. Oh, he
So,
castles.
here
He
we go.
just castles. Let's move the pawn to
Yeah, he
g5
just
and
castles.
let's just castle.
Let's just castle. You know, Emory was known for these types of adventures. Now, I might add, Emory was burned a few times because Emory was playing chess because he wanted to show the beauty of the game. He was not so much into, okay, is this a perfect move? Is this a precise move? No, he wanted to show the art of chess. He wanted to show the beauty of chess. And so he tried these crazy ideas like moving his rook to a3 and then over to g3 on the sixth move just to see if it will work. Now you have people playing it.
Yeah.
People play it in Blitz. Anna Muzichuk played this as a junior. If you look in Chess Base, in the Mega Base, you'll see a lot of her early games where she plays this against the Alyekin, where she plays the rook to a3 and then the g3.
And just across.
She won a lot of games. Yeah, she won a lot of games
I hope I pronounced this right, Daaim. I say Fanrant saying love your analysis as always, Daaim. So I guess you know who that is. I hope I pronounced it properly, but saying that love your analysis.
Yeah, well, this is one of the classic games, and I certainly wish I had a recording of Emory doing this analysis, because I don't think anybody can do it quite like he can do it.
Okay, so Daaim Otis. He's saying he's Otis. And
yeah. We actually played on an amateur team together.
No, okay.
And that was a lot of fun. And I haven't seen him in some time, but hope all is well down
everybody
there.
turning out for Daaim. Just if you can't, if you don't know, you are the man. So we're all here for you tonight, definitely. And I see Shane Matthews just coming in saying evening. So slowly everybody trickling in to pay our respect to the great one, Daaim Shabazz. And again, the most honorable man.
Shane will definitely appreciate this game, because it is in one of those styles of the magician. Some of the early games that I covered of Shane, where he would unleash his fury. And I enjoyed covering those early games of Shane, who I think he won the national championships. It was 7 or 8 times. Was it 7, Shane? He can.
He'll verify. He'll verify.
Yeah, I think it was at least 7 times he was.
And you have his confirmation 7 times, but more importantly for you, big Emory Tate fan.
Yeah, and Shane's one of my favorite guys in Jamaica, and I had a chance to spend some time with him, go over his house and play some blitz, and it was just a good memory to have of. Here I am, I'm covering Jamaican chess, and I'm admiring Shane as a legend, and here I'm in this chess playing blitz. I mean, that was really a good memory for me, and I really appreciate our association over the years.
Yeah. And
glad to see that he's still behind the 64 squares, giving a lot of brutal punishment.
Definitely.
Okay, so what happens here? We have Yudasin finishing his development. He probably figures that nothing's going to happen. And he continues. Now you see King H1. So when you see someone play King H1, you know something's about to happen. That he's making way for G4, and maybe at some point in time with G1, and then some other pieces will flow. But most of us mortals would not castle kingside, right? I mean, which one of us would castle kingside with this brewing? But this is Yudasin. This is Leonid Yudasin, so he castles. He's like, show me what you got. So then Emory immediately lashes out with D4.
Knight C6.
Exactly. So obviously the pawn is poisoned because Knight C6 wins the bishop on E7. But a move like this will really throw you off, because, I mean, you're not expecting B4. You wouldn't normally expect to do like
not
B4.
right here.
Yeah, you wouldn't expect it. So I think at this point in time, Leonid probably figured something was brewing. So he plays Knight A4. Now, of course, he's not hanging a piece because D4 is under threat. So this is a complicated position, because now if you allow Black to start trading off pieces, it's going to favor him because his position is a lot more solid. So if you play Knight A4, Queen D4, then Black will have a decent game. Black will have a decent game. There's some other analysis here. I'm looking at whose analysis. This is they're going into a variation. They mentioned Queen D4, Knight C6 wins a piece. Then they have another one, Knight B7 runs into Bishop E3, queen c7, rook fa1. And then this is, Naroditsky says that you have queen g4 in play. And he gives this as being better for white. So after knight a4, Emory plays knight f5. So of course now the knight's no longer hanging, it's now attacking the bishop on e7. So this is one of those sacks in that book that I was mentioning to you, that the themes, knight d5, knight f5.
You get two themes already, Daaim. You got bd5 and now you have knight f5. The whole of this game is themed out.
Yeah. So it's interesting the way that this is blow after blow. So after knight f5, he takes.
Knight d5.
Now, normally when you play this type of attack, you go knight d5, right? Knight d5, bishop d8. Now you take. Now, white has sacrificed a piece. For what? What does black get for this piece? It's not easy to see. Now, of course, the ideas you have ideas like f6, but obviously white is attacking on e7 now, so you have to do something about that. So Yudasin plays rook e8.
Queen h5.
Tate plays queen h5. Now, what else has happened? What has changed in the position? So now, white is attacking. Well, f7 is under fire. But what else has changed in the position? What can you all see brewing here?
Rook h3 coming soon. Attack, attack.
Rook h3.
Yeah.
Rook h3 coming soon. Exactly. So he's actually clearing the way for this battery on h7. But Yudasin doesn't care. He's like, okay, show me what you got. Emory comes with rook h3, knight f8. So what you got? I'm a piece up, and you have, what are you doing? I'm a piece up, I'm solid. What's going on? Your knight on d5 is hanging. He doesn't care. Emory keeps going. So the momentum is in white's favor, of course. And of course you can take the knight on d5. But of course, then you run into the variation here that they're giving is, well, actually he did play knight d5. If you play gf6, then you have these problems. So that game is done.
Yeah, all the pieces in.
All the pieces are playing. So he actually played knight d5. So what happens here? If you take the bishop, then what does white have? So he doesn't take the bishop. He plays on g7. So count the material, folks. Emory's 2 pieces down. He's 2 pieces down. Now you have to have a bit of courage to play this. But of course, you see the open lines, and then you have a mystery soldier that is lurking in the shadows. So he takes. Now this is Yudasin doesn't care, and here's a soldier comes, bishop b2. This is some serious pressure, folks. So now king g8. How do you get in? How do you get into black's position? He's 2 pieces up.
Okay.
A lot of times it's easy to attack and throw your pieces, and then you end up 2 pieces down, and it's like, okay, what do I have? And you just end up giving up a free point. And so the chat mentions the star move of g6. For obvious reasons, you can't take with the h-pawn because you have mate on the move. You can't take with the knight because an h7 hangs. So he plays bishop f6. So what are his other choices? If he plays this,
Queen d5.
then he runs into this.
And that's the game.
Yeah, it's just over. So
Wow.
Yudasin plays bishop f6. Here he goes. gf7. So he's giving back some of the material that he won. Emory didn't take the rook. One of the things I learned about Emory from all these years is that simple recaptures are not always going to be made with him. Because he learned that when you have the initiative, that is more important than material. Now Emory has how many pieces hanging? He's down 2 pieces. His bishop on b2 is hanging. Of course, mate is threatened on g8. So rook g8 is mate. But he still has a material deficit, and it's not easy to see how he's going to break through. So Yudasin plays rook e1, calling off the rook on the g file. Since Emory didn't take the rook, he says, okay, I'm going to give the rook back another way, and that'll give me some time to defend my king. So Emory takes. Now he's down, he just went down another bishop. It just looks like this attack is going to peter out, but Emory's not done. Rook e8. Now what is the threat?
Queen h7 mate.
8 on the move. It's mate 1.
Mate in 1 threatened.
Plus the queen.
Wow.
So what do?
Wow.
He plays knight f6.
And
So
Yudasin isn't backing down either, you know. He isn't giving up.
Down.
He's not backing down.
He's a world-class player, so the defense is going to be top-notch. And a move like knight f6 could probably make you think that, why did I do all this? You know, he's got h7 defended, g8 is defended, his bishop is defending the knight on f6. Everything seems defended. Now, he still may have to give back some material, which is what he's doing. Now, he could have taken the queen, right? So on knight h5, take. So now black has 2 pieces hanging. And this is just going to be, he's threatening mate again.
Bishop g7, rook f8, wow. I know, rook f8, wow. Oh, wow. Wow.
And bear in mind, folks, you have to kind of see this stuff. You have to see this pretty far in advance in order for you to have the confidence to play all these moves. So he certainly saw this continuation. So now if you reassess the position, black has 3 pieces to the queen, which is material equality, but white still has the initiative. So now Emory is setting up another battery because h7 is very well defended. And now Yudasin is going for f2. And also, what else does he do? He's trying to bring his bishop back to g7 and consolidate. Now Emory is hitting everything. He's hitting a rook on d8. Hitting e4, protecting f2. Now this is given an exclam in the book, an exclamation point in the book. But it's actually a pretty, it's a move that you can find in this position. So he goes back to f6. Now, if
G3 again.
Tate plays queen h6, Yudasin probably gives up the draw. He probably gives up the draw. But of course, Emory doesn't want the draw. He's forging ahead. Rook g3. Now, in this position, he's threatening to mate again. Mating 2, right? He's threatening queen takes f6.
Yeah.
So mate threats are not going away. He keeps the pressure on. Knight fd7. How do you get in? How do you get in, chat?
I see somebody putting that's a triple exclam.
This is I mean, you really wonder how much of this Emory saw, but he saw most of it because he's analyzed this.
Yeah. So queen g5,
now,
the chat is saying queen g5 now.
Queen g5. Queen g5 is a star move, and there's no defense. Now, if you go back and look at Chess Life, Jack Peters, the international master, gave the last move as queen h6. But this was an error. This was an error he made in his annotation. In fact, I know a guy that was standing there watching the game, and he said he definitely played queen g5 because I had to verify that. I had to verify that before I printed it, that Emory actually played queen g5 instead of queen h6, because queen h6 was actually printed in one of the magazines. But in this position, Black has to lose material because g7 can't be defended.
Yeah.
If you move the knight, then d8 hangs. The rook hangs on d8.
And g8 also with mate. So you have to be so careful.
Yeah. So Yudasin resigned here, and what I heard from one of the players who was standing by, they said Yudasin was very confident. Even after the onslaught, Yudasin had this, you know how grandmasters are, they're very confident. So he had this bearing like, okay, I have it under control. And even up to the last move, I understand he was standing up. He was looking over the board, and he did this. And then finally, after queen g5, after some minutes passed, he extended his hand to Emory, and he resigned the game after queen g5.
But what a game, Daaim. What a game. What a game. Zion, respect for the following, but what a game, Emory.
Yeah, this is his classic game. This is a game he would always show people. And as I mentioned before, sometimes he would show it to people in Russian. If you had Russian bystanders, he would show it to them, and he would analyze it in Russian.
And as we say, you beat a name brand gem. That's a name brand. Wow.
Yeah, this was a pretty serious win. This happened in '97. This was around the time that Emory was reaching his peak in chess. And he reached a rating, a USCF rating of 2508, I believe, was his top rating in the USCF rating system. And now you all may ask, why didn't he become a GM? So that's a fair question, right?
Mm-hmm.
Some of you all may wonder, he beat 100 grandmasters, why isn't he a GM? Well, in the book, I have a chapter on that. I'm trying to say this in a way that is not disrespectful to his legacy. And Emory was very cautious about the information he gave out. But I have a chapter 7 called The Elusive GM Title. And Emory, unfortunately for Emory, he was an adventurist. He wasn't into it for the norms. He didn't go into tournaments and say, okay, I'm playing with black, I'm gonna hold this guy to a draw, and then I'm gonna try to get 6.5 points and get a norm. No, he wanted to play all out. He wanted to play this adventure because he wanted to tell a story. He wanted to play a brilliancy. And so you all may know in doing that, in playing in that style, that's not a good recipe for getting norms. That is not a good way to get norms. You have to be smart. You have to be strategic. If you're playing a 9-round tournament and you're playing all of these strong players, you have to be a bit more strategic. You can't just play these wild attacks. I mean, we see how tenacious the defense was with Yudasin. Now, of course, the attack.
It looked like he was going to survive so many times, and I see at least one player empathizing with Yudasin because he said he'd have played the same way and thought he survived too. It took brilliance and foresight in order to see that, Brian.
Yeah, it looks very good, but unfortunately for Emory, when he played a brilliancy in a tournament, and someone, Gregory Serper, Grandmaster Gregory Serper, was also at this tournament, and he did a video on Emory, and he talked about this game. And he said after Emory won this game, he spent the rest of the tournament showing this game to everybody who was watching. And he lost focus. Because he played this masterpiece, and he knew it was a masterpiece, and everybody knew it was a masterpiece. But he started focusing on this piece of art that he created, and he was showing everybody this piece of art. Look at this piece of art. And everybody was fascinated at this piece of art, but then he lost focus, and he started not getting the results that he should have gotten in that tournament.
Yeah.
And so that's one of his stories, that he was not a person who was looking at results in the way that we would look at them going for norms. He was looking at creating a piece of art.
Yeah.
And he wanted to show the beauty of chess, and not just, okay, this is about Emory, because it wasn't about Emory. It was all about chess. Look at the beauty of chess. So this is International Chess Day, and we're talking about chess, right? So Emory would just say that in the games that I chronicled in Triple X Glam, you will see the kind of expression he had in the games that he played. I mean, they were absolutely just artistic games that he played. And so if you have a copy of Triple X Glam, or if you don't have a copy, you probably want to
Amazon
see these
right
games.
now.
Yeah, I mean, these games are classic games, and blow after blow is just. I do have some of his losses in there.
So
I actually have a loss in there where he's playing Nick DeFermian.
Mm-hmm.
He has him busted in the opening. Move 12, he has him completely busted, and he ends up losing the game because he lost focus, and he went into an ending, and he allowed an H-pawn to get too far, and he couldn't stop the H-pawn, and that was...
So my introduction to him. So guys, 30 seconds, just grab your things, and then I tell you, my introduction to him, Daaim, was more resilience than anything else, and the game, I don't think we'll do the game in entirety, but that rook ending left an impression on me because it was a let us never give up sort of position. And I am watching him play at that time Gustafsson, Jan Gustafsson, who all you know from Chess 24. And at that time, Gustafsson was the future of Germany chess. So I knew who Gustafsson was. And I'm watching him play Gustafsson, and I'm seeing blow after blow. And he's down a pawn, he's down 2 pawns, but I'm not sure. Did he sack the pawns? Did he lose the pawns? I'm not sure. And it was a crowd of us. It wasn't one or two. It was an entire crowd around the board watching this end game. And it goes into time scramble, and they're scrambling, and then we just go mate. And I'm like, what just happened? We literally were mouth open and everything. And I'm not sure if you want to go through all the game, but definitely I'd love everybody to see that last part of the rook ending. Because just picture a crowd around the board, everybody watching. Both, you have Jan Gustafsson, who is 2600 at that time, German future, banging it out, and you have Emory Tate not giving up, down the pawns, and just going.
So you want to go to the The rook ending.
Yeah, I'd love to go to the rook ending. But no, you can walk through because you got the game annotated. So definitely walk through. But my whole impression, my whole thing about chess was that end game. So by all means, yeah.
Yeah. Now, just kind of some information about this game. Jomo just gave a very good first-hand account of the game. I was not in Curacao at the time, so I didn't see this unfold, but I heard a lot about it. One of the unfortunate things about this particular tournament was that Emory was going for a norm, a GM norm, and he sent me an email asking me how much he needed to get a norm. And I'm not going to go into the whole story, but he was told that he needed a draw in the last round to get a norm. Well, unfortunately, that wasn't the case, and when I did the calculations, he didn't have a high enough, his average opposition was not high enough for the amount of points he needed. He didn't get it. And this was the closest he got to a GM norm. But in this game against Gustafsson, he's playing white here, and he plays the Bishop's Opening, which I had never seen him play this before, but here it is on the board. And you can go into many different lines. You can go into a Scotch game. You can go into a Jaco piano. Nowadays, a lot of top-level GMs are playing the Jaco piano because they're trying to avoid the Berlin business and all of these lines in the Roy Lopez, so they're opting for the Jaco piano. So we actually get into one of those types of positions. This is a regular, well, I'm not saying it's regular, but this is a kind of a Jaco piano or an Italian game. And just going to go through these moves rather quickly so we can get to the key position. There's not really anything going on here. But you can tell this game is more positional. And Kenny Solomon, who is now a grandmaster in South Africa, annotated this game in the book for me. And he says, he gives this move an exclamation point. And he says, objectively, not the best move here, but the exclamation mark is for playing with such a plan and executing it. There is a merit in which computers don't understand. We are human beings with strategies. Chess is not only knowledge and logic. So he's quoting Alexander Alyekin. So now Emory is playing a positional game, but with Emory, you know something is about to happen with him. So castle, knight c4. Gustafsson wants to hold the bishop. So this is purely positional. You're looking at knight f5, planning a knight on f5 and routing toward the king side. So the game continues. It looks like black is doing well here. Threatening d4, threatening e4. He can eliminate the bishop on b3. Looks pretty good. Looks like black is equal. So now if you look at this, for those juniors who are out here in the audience, after knight f5, black is happy to take that knight. Why? Because the bishop on c8 hasn't moved yet. And that knight on f5 is a good knight. So you're actually trading a good knight for a bad bishop, or for a bishop that hadn't moved. So this actually helps black. And Gustafsson is playing some very strong moves. And so now what happens here, you've got Emory now playing for tricks. So what happens here? If there's some variations in the book that obviously you're threatening bishop h6. So if d4, I think the line goes bishop h6, here, 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 and then castle. This is a line that Kenny Solomon gives in the book, followed by takes, then doubling the rooks on the G file. So this was a position that was analyzed in the book that does not appear in the variations that I'm looking at in the game. So Gustafsson plays King H8. He understands that the rook is maybe there's even some rook G7 possibilities. He goes King H8. Now Black is still looking pretty good. You know, still threatening D4. He plays D4. Look at the position. Black looks solid. Black looks very solid. And he's a pawn up, right? Black's a pawn up already. Queen A5. Now, if you have a king on D1 and you know you're in you got a problem. Look at this position. Does not look good for Emory, right? So let's go on. Looks pretty bad for Emory. His king is stuck in the center. This rook can play, but then A2 hangs. He has a threat on G7 with Queen G4, but obviously he won't have time for that. So here Emory goes F6, trying to create some weaknesses around the king. So now has created some dark square weaknesses around the king with G7 and F6 under fire. Now here's a position that was kind of peculiar to me, because now Emory is offering a trade of queen, so he wants to try his luck in the endgame, being a pawn down. So this may be a bailout move for Emory, just saying, okay, I'm a pawn down. Pawn structure is ruined. He has a weak pawn on F6, so he's trying to just settle for a draw and rely on some activity. So actually, White's completely lost here, in my opinion. White is completely lost. 2 pawns down. Black's king is safe. White's king is in the open. Let's see what happens. They say rook endings are some of the most challenging to master.
Yep.
And it's very easy to make a mistake. I've made mistakes. You know the rook ending where you have your 2 pawns up, but the pawns are on say A and C file. Yeah.
Split
apart. Yeah, they're split. I had a position like that once, and I thought, okay, I'm easily winning, until the guy had the defense, and I was like, well, what's going on? He has to be winning this position, right? But I didn't understand the pattern, and he was able to hold the draw. But yeah, rook endings are very, very challenging to hold. So Emory's still fighting. Now he is still sacrificing material.
So Kino Savage, respect, thanks for the follow.
Yeah, he's just trying to muddy things up, but I think this is just lost. This is just a lost position for White. And this is why one of the things in rook endings that you never want to give up, because at the least there's always a chance
there's
for...
always chances, Daaim.
Yeah, there's always
chances. Always.
Even a chance where you can get a crazy rook. I don't know how many of y'all have ever gotten a crazy rook, where your king is stalemated and then your opponent gets careless and you start checking with the rook. And if they take it, it's a stalemate.
It's a stalemate, yeah.
Yeah. They when I grew up, they used to call it a super rook, but they have different names in different countries. But so still going, Emory's still fighting, and I'm not so sure I understand this move so clearly, but I would imagine he's doing more defense because rook c2 is under fire. Black playing rook c2 and just mopping up. But I just think this was a botched ending by Gustafsson.
Yeah, right up to the end though, he kept the advantage,
Yeah, I mean,
but what an ending.
This is just... But he's still fighting.
Yep.
This looks like it's 0-1, but he's still going. And just White's pawns are just dropping. So this, my high school coach told me that when you're winning, trade pieces. When you're losing, trade pawns. Because if you're losing and you get the pawns off, there might be a chance that somebody has to mate you with the pieces, especially if it's a bishop and knight. And they may not know how to do it. So a lot of times you want to get the pawns, trade as many pawns off as you can, so that way you'll force them to, play with the pieces. Emory only has 3 pawns left, and one is about to be gobbled up. So he's still a clear 2 pawns down. So what is happening here? Now he's attacking with his king. Emory's used to attacking with his pieces, but here he's attacking with his king. What is going on here? Maybe Gustafsson is kind of losing focus. So does anybody see any patterns here of what's happening?
They're not going to that. I'm telling you, we didn't see it standing around the board, and I watched this entire end game along with about 20 other people, and we didn't see it.
Okay, so here we go. King F5, Rook H2. So I guess the idea is that he wants to clear the rook out and out of the way of the H pawn, so that if they get to an ending, it would be a clear path, and he wants to swing the rook back around, probably to C2, and then move it back to defend, but it never happens because he's still attacking pawns. So is this lost or what? Is this lost yet? Nobody would believe that Black can lose a game like this. I mean, who would believe this? I mean, I wouldn't believe it. I mean, Jomo, you were there. You were watching the game.
We did, yeah. But
if I came to this position and somebody was analyzing the game, and they said, "Oh, by the way, White won this game," I would say, "You're crazy. There's no way. There's no way White will win this game." But anyway, let's see.
Can you believe the atmosphere
out.
standing up watching it then? And let's remember, it's Jan Gustafsson with the black pieces. So we're all there and we're hoping. But wow.
So, okay, this is what happens. Emory goes E6. He's trying to get the pawns off so that he can play with his rooks. Now, it seems to me that certainly Gustafsson is losing a bit of focus here because he's allowing counterplay, and now White is threatening E7. And the black rooks would have to sacrifice themselves for that pawn, so this is getting a little bit dicey. So he takes, and now you see the position has changed. Now he's threatening to invade with the rooks. Now, what should Black have played in this position? What should Black have played in this position? Just trade everything off, or what?
Rook A5 coming out of the crowd.
Somebody must have their engine on. Rook A5 check.
Yeah.
Is winning. So this is the line that's given by Kenny Solomon. And this is theoretical win. Yeah, pretty easy, right? The pawns are split. There's no way you can defend both flanks. It's just an easy win. But he takes the pawn. Now the rooks are playing. Still plays rook a5 check. King g4. Now, Kenny Solomon states that Gustafsson fails to adapt to the new situation and to accept that it is a drawn position and continues to play for a win, missing the deadly trap his opponent has set up. So again, rook f4 would peter out to a draw. So here, white plays rook d7 check, king f8 only move, otherwise is mate. So now here's the key moment. What does white play here?
So let's see if anybody comes up with it. They have been doing pretty well. Give them 10 more seconds. Nobody yet.
Okay. So now, this is a star move. King h5.
King h5 just start coming in. Yeah.
Believe it or not, folks, white is winning. Because the king plays, mate is going to be unstoppable because rook f7 check, rook e8. How do you stop this? I mean, if you take the pawn here, you still go king g6. And then you end up on f6 and it's still, you're threatening mate again. So what happens? Rook f4, king g6. Lights out. So what is the threat now? What's the threat now, folks?
3 pawns down. Wow. Wow.
So the threat is, any chats? What's the threat?
So we have, where's this? So just rook d8, they're saying here.
Okay, rook d8 is a threat. What if you play...
So if king g8.
Okay, what if you... Okay.
So they're going rook e8. You're seeing it now. Rook e8, rook f8, rook g7. Yeah. And the mating patterns all over the board. Wow.
So that was a mating attack with the 2 rooks and a king.
3 pawns down in a rook end game. Not a middle game, not the opening in a rook end game. Wow. I remember watching this and being astonished.
Yeah. I mean, I think Gustafsson was astonished because after Emory died, he was on Chess 24 annotating some game, and he gave a shout out to Emory Tate, and he says, "Oh yeah," he said, "Yeah, and I lost to him too." He said, "So he had a plus score against me," and this was the game that Emory won against Gustafsson. So it's very instructive because of the rook play, but also because, of course, Black made a lot of mistakes here. It kind of gives you the lesson that you shouldn't just go grabbing pawns. You have to certainly watch your king, and you have to watch the fact that they're trying to eliminate pawns to get counterplay. So it was just, when I first saw this game, I was just shocked that that was a mating attack. I couldn't believe it. At this point, mate is unstoppable.
It's just unstoppable. Just completely unstoppable, definitely. Alright, so I see you have an Simutowe game next, and you know I'm a Simutowe fan. Here's the question though, are you up for 3 more Blitz games? Can you manage?
Yeah, maybe after. Are we going to look at the Simutowe?
Alright, so let's look at the Simutowe and then we'll play 3 more Blitz games before the game of the week. We only have 2 game of the week nominations today. So we look on the Simutowe game and then let's see, take on 3 more people and then we go into game of the week.
All right. So this game, I'll just kind of go through this bit because this game, I think Simutowe might have been 18 when he played this game. His rating was 2332 when he played this game. And obviously that was long ago. It doesn't seem like it's been that long, but Simutowe was born in 1982, so that means he is at 38 now. It's just really amazing how time flies.
Well, you saw my son early on when we were setting up, and if you remember, you saw him in Trinidad, he was yay high. Now he's standing over us and looking down and going, "Hi, Uncle Daaim." So time goes.
Yeah, it's really something.
Yeah.
Yeah, we had a wonderful, wonderful time in Trinidad.
Yeah.
I have a picture of us going to that beach and
the turtle.
I don't remember the name of that point, but I just remember it like it was yesterday. I remember your son and.
Yeah, because he heard you're on and he's Uncle Daaim and he comes running down the stairs and saying, "Is that Uncle Daaim?" Man. So many years, man. It's wonderful memories.
So for those of you who don't know about Amon Simutowe, he is a grandmaster from Zambia. He was born January 1982. And he kind of came out of nowhere because he played in the World Junior. He also played in tournaments with Pontus Carlsson because they were both juniors and born in the same year. And they actually played when they were in the World Juniors. And I think Simutowe won that game. Mm-hmm. But this particular tournament put Simutowe on the map because he was ranked about 42nd. But he was actually in the running, maybe with 2 rounds to go. He was actually in the running to win the tournament. But I think he had a draw somewhere, and then that kind of allowed Lazaro Bruzon to pull ahead, and he won the World Junior. So Simutowe, I think, came in joint second, which is good for somebody.
It's huge. That's huge.
And so his rating shot up to 2462. And he was still 19 years old when he had the FIDE rating. But this particular game was played against Colin Crouch. I think Colin Crouch is from Scotland, if I'm not mistaken. I think he's from Ireland or Scotland or one of those places. He might even be from England.
Yeah.
But Crouch was really thrilled at losing this game. He was, when he lost this game, now I'm getting this information by another person, said that Colin Crouch, when he lost this game, he was so excited that he went out, he annotated this game, and he submitted it. Now, this is a game he lost, but he was so excited because the game was just wonderfully played. And so you all will see this energy come out from this 18-year-old Zambian. So here they're playing a Nimzo. Now it's he's kind of mixing kind of systems with Queen's Fianchetto. So Colin Crouch plays an aggressive form. Kind of looks somewhat like a Dutch, but this is a kind of a hybrid system. Very strange position for white. If you see these pawns on G3, F3, and E3, that's because you don't usually see that. That's something that you would see Sultan Khan, who was the Pakistani grandmaster, well, a chess player that went to England and won all those tournaments. But he would play positions like this. Castles, looks like black is solid. Rook F2. What's that for? What's Rook F2 for? It's one of those deep moves. Maybe he's looking that black will just play something very crude, like rook f6 and h6, and that's just not going to happen. So he protects g7 because of the battery on that diagonal. So I'm just going to go through the next few moves. Now this is an intriguing move, h4, because what Crouch is doing is trying to weaken the king side. And if you take, then he moves the queen and he's attacking h4, and then your position collapses. He's just trying to weaken the protection around the king. Still a very unbalanced position. Looks like black is breaking through. So now you look at the e3 square is under some fire. You look at d4, d4, then you put a piece on e3 and looks like white's in trouble. Plays d4 anyway. Now here is a very deep move here that you wouldn't normally expect. But he plays rook g3. Sacrificing the exchange. It's a very interesting move because black does take the exchange, but now what has happened? You've gained a tempo, and now d4 is a problem. This h3 pawn is not going to go very far because you just play king g2, and then you're able to corral the pawn. Now this game is getting pretty double-edged. And it's kind of hard to keep track of the pieces because you have queens on the board, you got rooks, and you got bishops. So these games are very hard to calculate. Pieces everywhere. You all think white might be lost?
Amazing.
Let's see what happens.
It's an amazing position.
So I think what black is trying to do is maybe trying to get some material off the board. Because, you know, obviously this would be advantageous for black. So now you look at the e2 square, it's under fire. So now Simutowe gets to threaten mate. Mate in one.
Wow. And 2 if you take on c3, wow.
Black is, looks like white's in trouble, right? I mean, if you look at the e2 square, you're about to, looks like you're about to lose your queen. Okay, so this is a key move for the puzzle. What does white play here? Now bear in mind there's a battery on the E file. What does white play?
So one person saying bishop b3, we're waiting for the other answers. So bishop
black is first threatening mate. Mate 1. Threatening rook e2.
Only
So
move
what do we
coming up.
get?
Only bishop b3. 4 people with bishop b3.
Okay, bishop b3. So a lot of people may be already familiar with this game. So what is the continuation? On this move, what happens?
So guys, challenge thrown out. Oh no, they're saying they're guessing. They're like, "What was actually right about bishop b3?" So no, challenge thrown out.
So what
Queen
happens
takes
on
rook, queen takes rook, rook takes rook, king g1 is being said.
Exactly. Exclam. Exclam. Exactly.
This young 14-year-old not playing badly now. Definitely not
Yeah,
playing
because
bad.
if we look at Tate and Tate, now what has happened? The queen is pinned, and if you take the bishop, I queen, and I win the queen back. I'm threatening the queen, and it's just, what do you do to stop it?
Yeah, wow.
Yeah, well, it's unstoppable.
Yeah, it is.
Yeah.
You have carried some fascinating games to us today, man.
What are the other variations? What if I take here?
So again, thrown out to you guys. What if queen could become queen b3?
Now black has all kinds of threats. Threatening the bishop, threatening rook e2, threatening queen c3.
What happens after queen f4, guys? You're given one move.
Queen f4.
And mate. There you go. Yes, John, we have it. Good.
Any other variations?
And the thing about this is that you're playing this under pressure with your clock ticking. It's fascinating. You're not sitting down playing blitz or sitting down just relaxing. You're playing this under maximum pressure. Nice.
So yeah. So yeah, I mean that was it. That was one of the first games that I saw of his, and I was very impressed that he had this kind of vision.
It's like, wow.
Because that game was absolutely crazy. If we go back a few moves, there are pieces all over the place. There's nothing. There's no pattern. There's just pieces flying everywhere. So for him to actually see that. He had a very keen tactical eye to be able to win that. And so Colin Crouch was so excited about this game, even though he lost this way. And so it was very gracious of him to annotate the game and submit it to a chess publication by the young Zambian.
This is amazing. You did before I go over, you did an article recently. And I've been watching the news, so I've seen a lot of things happening in the US. But you did an article, Chess and Racism, within the last couple of weeks. I read the article. It was a fascinating read. Talk to me about that article. Talk to the audience about it. A number of people have not read it as yet and will be going to read it. I read it, and it was a fascinating read.
Well, you all know that I'm in the US. So there's been a lot going on here after the death of George Floyd. I wrote another article about that whole episode or that incident. And so there's a lot of marches that are taking place all around the world about brutality and injustice. And so people started to have conversations about a lot of different topics. And so people started saying, well, is chess racist? Because white moves first. There was actually a controversy in Australia when there was a some type of chess official who declared that chess was a racist game. And it got media attention. And of course, Kasparov weighed in. He was like, oh, well, it's ridiculous. If you don't want to play chess, why don't you play Go? Because black goes first. And so it was kind of just not taken very seriously. So I decided that I was going to weigh in and talk about this issue. And the title of the article is Chess Inherently Racist. And I look at this in a couple of different ways.
Hold on a sec. So, National Blitz League, thanks for the raid. Welcome, guys. We're in with the great chess journalist, Dr. Daaim Shabazz of Chess Drum fame. And he's walking us through all the years of memory. Why chess? Why did he start Chess Drum? All of this. And we have now gone on to his article that he has recently written, Chess and Racism, which is on the Chess Drum, and we'd invite everybody to read. So, yeah, Daaim. So, welcome, guys.
So, in this debate, there are a couple of different issues. Is chess racist? Now, obviously, we don't want to play a game that's racist, right? I mean, none of us, if we knew the game was racist, we probably wouldn't want to play. But if you think about it on a different level, and you look at the game of chess, there's a duality there. Somebody has to go first, right? And in chess is usually the lighter color. So again, you're thinking, okay, there's got to be some racial implication there. The lighter color always goes first. But even if black went first, you would still have the same issue where you have someone moving first and getting the advantage. Now, the other question is moving first really an advantage? Now, most of us, myself, when I first started to play, learning how to play chess, I knew that white moved first, so I always wanted the white pieces. Most of us were like that. We had to grab the white pieces first because we thought it was an advantage. But as you know more about chess, you learn it's not so simple. Because let's say you play a 40-move game, a 50-move game, none of us will say that I won this 40-move game because of I played E4. Or I played D4, because in the game of chess, there's an ebb and flow, there are tempos exchanged, there are lots of things that are happening such that the first move may have lost its perceived advantage of that first move. And so you have that question. But the point I made in the article is that if you look at the history of chess, now we're going all the way back to the 15th century. You may know about the history of the Moors of Spain. The Moors came from Africa and they went into Spain, and they took a game called Shatranj into Spain. Shatranj did not have any color squares. It was just a grid of 8 by 8, but it didn't have colored squares. And most of the pieces were earth tone. So you had different color pieces. They were made out of stone. They were rust colored pieces. There were gray pieces. There were all these different color pieces. When the Moors were conquered out of Spain, when they were driven out of Spain, the game was transformed by the Spanish to include the queen, the most powerful queen that was given these powers in the honor of Queen Isabella of Spain, who actually led the war against the Moors. Now, the Moors came from Africa, and they were all different. They were from all different places, but they were, if you Google Moors, M-O-O-R-S, you will see what comes up. So these were black African Muslims that actually brought Shatranj into Spain. So when they were driven out, the Spaniards changed the game of chess. And there was some symbolism in the game in terms of the queen getting the power. They had different pieces. The pieces took on more of a religious kind of symbolism with the bishop, the knight, the rook, etc. So if you go 3 centuries ahead, now of course black was moving first still after the new chess was created. Black was moving first. Because in Shatranj, they used to draw lots. And so you would draw lots to figure out who would move first, which side would move first. Now, in the 19th century, so in the mid 1800s, Johann Lowenthal made a proposal to the American Chess Congress that white move first exclusively, to always move first. and it was under consideration, but the organizations did not adopt it. So you had sometimes black going first, sometimes white going first. Now Wilfred Steinitz came along. Now at the time he was world champion. So we're talking 1880, 1881, he was world champion. So he made another proposal that white move first, and it was then adopted as the rule that white will move first. So this came in the late 1800s. Now here's the other question. Is that in fact, did they do that with racial intent? I have not found any information that leads me to believe that those players were doing it because they were trying to make send some type of message. But I will say in the 19th century, we all know what the situation was around the world as far as black people were concerned. In the 1880s, you had the Berlin Conference, 1884-85, where 13 European powers plus America met in Berlin to decide the fate of the continent, and they basically divided the continent up into regions. The borders of Africa now were drawn by the Europeans, and they basically drew these borders to take possession of the resources and also to basically colonize these countries. And so black people then were not considered civilized, or their civilizations were diminished and trivialized because of the fact that you wanted to give this notion that white was better. White civilization was better. You know, the religious angle and all, you have to get rid of your primitive and savage religions because you're worshiping idols. And so all of that happened under colonization. So it became this idea that white was preferred because of what had happened in the world in colonization, and of course slavery had gone on for 3 centuries. In America it was 1865, but I think in the Caribbean it was a bit earlier that it was abolished. But there was this whole mindset, and you all know about the white-black dichotomy. If you look at popular culture, you would know that the white color is considered the pure color, the better color. The black was considered the darker color or the evil color. We have all these superstitions surrounding black. So there might have been a subconscious mindset that, yes, white is the preferred color. And it may not necessarily have been with race in mind, but there was a subconscious idea that white is a preferred color. I have not been able to find Steinitz or Lowenthal saying anything related to race, but I think the environment at that time was such that there was an idea that white was going to be the preferred color of the two. And that is the history of how that came about. Now, recently, there have been a lot of people who are talking about this whole black-white issue. There was a move for equality last year where Marcus Carlsson and Anish Giri had a campaign, and Marcus Carlsson played kind of an exhibition where black moved first. And so everybody was like, okay, does that mean we're going to change the rules of chess so that black moves first for equality? Marcus Carlsson said, no, this was not political. It's just to show that we need to continue to fight for equality. And there have been some players who have argued that black, even though white moves first, black has more than enough resources to equalize and to also grab the initiative. Andris Adorjan, a Hungarian grandmaster, has written a series of books called Black is Okay, where he talks about black systems and being able to equalize and go for the initiative with black. But I also think something else happened with chess. You all know that when you read a chess book, whose perspective are you looking from when you read a chess book? Normally from the white side, right? Because white is on the bottom and you're looking from that perspective. Even if you're studying the Sicilian, I have in my bookshelf here, I have a lot of books on the Sicilian. and that's a black defense, but all the diagrams are from the white position. They're from the white perspective. So we are conditioned to think that, okay, we have to actually be from this perspective. So we subconsciously believe that, okay, white is going to be the preferred side that we adopt. And people say that, okay, if you're playing chess, you should win with white and draw with black, right? You hear that, don't we always hear that?
You hear that coming up through chess over and over.
Over and over, you hear from top level players. Yeah, well, if I get a draw with the black pieces, and it's like I'm thinking the black has the same rules as white, right? You have the same rules, you have the same objective, which is to win. So why should you establish your ceiling as a draw? Because psychologically that does something. If you're saying, okay, I need to draw with black, then you're already putting yourself at a disadvantage. So I believe psychologically there's been something done to us such that we're always forcing the issue and we're motivated to win with white. Even the puzzle books. I don't know, Jomo, if you had any of those old puzzle books where you have mate in 3, mate in 2, or whatever. And the whole book was white to play. And so I'm thinking, and I have books like this, this is about white to play and mate. And I'm thinking, why is it always white to play and mate? You know, you got to have some puzzles. Now, of course, your current books are different because they have from the black
have everything now,
Yeah, they switched the diagram, so that's wonderful. But for 100 years, we were watching white have all the fun. And so subconsciously, we believe that, okay, white is a superior color. Thus, white has 55% of the wins. They have a 55% win rate over black. Now, my philosophy is that chess is not a racist game because you have more than enough chances to equalize and get the initiative. I think that in the beginning there was more information on white systems to play. In the early days of the 19th century, you had all these romantic openings where white was just sacrificing on F7 and just winning games. You know, there are so many games like that where you see these brutal games of Morphy. They were just sacking pieces on F7 and winning. Until Steinitz came and he started talking about this scientific chess. You know, this hypermodernism where you fianchetto the black, the bishop. And then you play on the wings and you play the Sicilian and you play all this asymmetrical chess. So now black is coming up with the Najdorf, the Sveshnikov, the Benko Gambit, the King's Indian, all of these black systems, which now you're not playing to equalize, you're playing to win the game. So I think there's a shift now that we're finding more information on the black systems, and I think the percentages will start to equal out. I think it was Steinitz that said that chess with best play is a draw. I think that was Wilfred Steinitz that said that with best play, chess is a draw. So if chess is a draw with best play, what happened to the first move? I thought first move was an advantage. Well, black has resources. So I think in this game, I go through all of these, the history, and I go through some of the analysis, and I talk about military science or martial arts. Some of you have practiced martial arts, and you may know that the first punch isn't always an advantage because it depends on what the second person does. You throw a punch, and some of you have been in classes, and you're the uke, so you have to go out there and you have to throw a punch at the instructor, and what happens? You end up in a wrist lock, or you end up on your back. Yeah, you get the first move. You get to choke them, you get to punch them, you get to do all these things, but then they show you that
ultimately
if I have
you end up on your back.
I can get the initiative, right? Yeah. And in my opinion, it's the same in chess. Yeah, you get the first move, but I have options. I can play the Caro-Kann. I can play certain variations of the Caro-Kann. I can play the Sicilian. I can play now, of course, you have theory. You have some lines that are better than others, but I think now the black theory is going to start to assert itself, and we'll start to see black playing for more than a draw. Because I just don't think that theory is. I think the whole theory of winning with white and drawing with black is a bit simplistic, and I think we have to find other more dynamic systems to win, and I think that's beginning to happen.
I love the analogy though of when you attack first, because that's so interesting. And as a counter attacker, I always believe that. So I wait. So when something happens, you hit. So
You hit.
yeah. So I've never thought black to be a disadvantage, just like you've rather like black. But in chess is so dynamic. White, black, it don't matter. We come to play, we love the chess. So we play, if we prepare, good. If we don't, bad. So
And you have the same objective for both sides.
definitely. So Daaim, I invite all the viewers to go and read the article. It's up on Chess Drum, and as soon as we finish, please go read it. It has always fascinated me, Daaim. Yourself and Mr. Wilkinson are the two people that I believe have more than 24 hours in a day. So the rest of us have 24 hours in the day. Yourself and Mr. Wilkinson, I believe, have way more than 24 hours. You are a professor, but you
Yes.
have started Chess Drum. You have traveled the world, not only doing chess, because some of the times I admire your vacation pictures. You're a world traveler, a chess journalist, a pioneer, a professor. How do you balance? How do you find the time to do all of this?
Well, it's not easy. And to be honest, Jomo, some nights when I'm doing a chess article, and some of these articles take hours to do. Like this one is Chess Inherently Racist. Took me about 3 days to do the article because I had to make sure that the research was right.
Well, solid.
And I have to make sure my thoughts were clear. I did another piece for another online magazine, and it was a question and answer. And the audience wasn't a chess audience, and they didn't really understand the significance of the white moving first. So that was really, it was kind of hard to explain why this was so important. But you know, the thing, Jomo, is that some of us, we are organizers. Some of us like to direct tournaments as arbiters. If you look at these international arbiters, you look at these, they're dedicated to directing tournaments. And you see these people and you just wonder, like Geert Hissen, who is this famous international arbiter, and he's directed for so many years, and you think, well, what does he get out of this? What does he get out of directing? What does Bill Goichberg in the U.S. get out of organizing tournaments? Because that's what he does. He organizes tournaments. Some of us play. We're just chess players. And then some of us are chess journalists. So what do I get out of writing about chess? I love to play chess. I don't get a chance to play because I'm writing. But, I think that if the chess drum did not exist, it would need to be created. Because there's a lot of stories that are just frankly not told. You go to some of these websites and you don't see any people that look like us.
Yeah.
It's just, there's nothing. And you just said, we have a story to tell. We have stories to tell, and some very good stories. And so I think because I had the talent of writing, that became more of a priority to me to create a vehicle in which we can tell our story. And in terms of the time I spent a lot of hours, and I don't want to boast or brag, but it's like a second job. And to me, it is my contribution to chess. I'm not going to be a grandmaster. I have some talent when I was a junior player, but I'm not going to be a grandmaster. I may not even become an international master. But I can make a mark for other players who have those aspirations. And especially for junior players, and I was telling Ian Wilkinson, I want to do an interview of Joshua Christie. because I think these young players like Kevin Cupid, Orlando Husbands, Josh Colas, Justice Williams, these are players that need the support. And if we go to the women, we have female players who also have goals and aspirations, and I don't think their goals and aspirations should be women's titles. I think that females should say, hey, I want to be an FM, I want to be an IM, I want to be a GM, not I want to be a WIM, I want to be a WFM, because I think that's crippling. I think that's crippling the talent that females, for example, Deborah Richards Porter, I was asking someone that she won all these tournaments in a row. She's got about what eight or nine titles, 10. Maybe more than that.
10, yeah.
But I asked someone. I said, why isn't she playing in the Open? Why isn't she playing in the Jamaican Open? Because I mean, she's competitive, and maybe she has aspirations to get an FM or IM. I mean, who knows? And so she is a role model for a lot of women, but she's also a role model for men. You look at her play. I mean, you see, okay, there's definitely some skills, some things you can learn from Deborah Richards. I think she has an academy now. So it is stories like that. It is stories like Fiona Mutesi of Uganda, the Queen of Katwe. It's stories like that that really give me the inspiration to begin to write and begin to tell the stories that nobody else will tell. You know, if I don't talk about Jomo Pitterson, who else is going to do that other than the Jamaican community? Yeah, you'll have people writing about Jomo, you know, winning tournaments on the Jamaican Facebook page, but I mean, who else? They'll find out in the Olympiad, maybe the hard way. They'll find out about Jomo or about Orlando and Batumi, beat a grandmaster. I can't remember what country, but I just remember in Batumi, Orlando Husbands getting the win against the GM in the first round.
Yeah, first round.
And
nice
the thing is, a lot of these people don't know. They don't know who these players are, but now what they're doing, and they tell me, they says, yeah, I got to go to the chess drum now. I got to look these guys up because they said these guys are underrated. You know, they might just have a low rating, but then, and even a lot of the African players, the same thing. Because it used to be, and you know, Jomo, it used to be 4-0. Yeah. First round, all the matches were 4-0. Then it was like 3.5. Then it was 3. And now these first round matches in the Olympiad are not easy. They're not easy at all. So I think a lot of that is because you have players developing more confidence because they know that, not that, okay, you're trying to get a diagram and that's fine.
Which was exactly, I see Shane here, and before you, Shane can confirm, we played for diagrams. Then the chess drum came and we were hoping for a story. But before that, we went to the Olympiad, we played for diagrams, and if we got the diagram, we were showing the diagram everywhere. It was all about the diagram. It was never in our head that a story would be written, that our story would be told in any way. We were just playing for diagrams. That was it.
But now you get an article, and maybe you get an interview. Because I remember I've interviewed Dwayne Rowe. I've interviewed you. I think I interviewed you in, where were we at? Were we in Trinidad?
Yeah, you did in Trinidad. I think twice.
I think it was in Trinidad. I've interviewed Shane Matthews when we were in Italy. This was after a controversy against Finland. That's also on the chess drum. It was very sad. But I interviewed Shane. I think I've interviewed maybe one or two more Jamaicans, but yeah, it's always interesting to hear the stories, because you think about these players from Africa, the Caribbean, Latin America, Central America. You think about Pontus Carlsson's story. Now, Pontus Carlsson's a grandmaster from Sweden, and you may not know by the name. Mm-hmm. So someone told me, they said, yeah, there's this player in Sweden. Do you know him? And I'm like, no. They said, yeah, here's Pontus Carlsson. And I'm thinking, wow, I never knew of Pontus Carlsson. So then I started researching, found out he played, that Simutowe knew him, that they played in World Juniors. And I finally met, I introduced myself to Pontus, and I told him who I was, and I said, would it be okay if I featured you on the chess drum? He says, oh yeah. He says, I'm down, because I wasn't sure if he was going to be receptive to me featuring him on this Pan-African website. And he was like, oh yeah, I'm really honored, to be presented. So then I met him in 2006 in Italy. I walked by his board and I slipped a card, my business card, and his expression lit up. He looked at me. He's like, "Oh, that's Daaim." So he stood up and he shook my hand, and he went back to his game. But his story is interesting because he lost his family at age 1. He was born in South America, Colombia, and he was adopted by a Swedish couple who raised him in Sweden. And then he began to play and represent Sweden in national tournaments. And I love telling his story. But he's a well-known figure now. He's very well known now. But before, he was not.
I owe Pontus a lot, because in 2008, Pontus is who got my coach for me. So Pontus saw me playing in 2008 and asked, who were you? Because you're saying he doesn't know of any Caribbean. He didn't know any Caribbean player could play up to a certain level. He just didn't know. He was just learning. And he said, okay, I have a coach for you. And he introduced me to the Ukrainian Georgi Timoshenko, who coached me to the IM title. Because when I was a national master. And after he introduced me to Timoshenko, I worked with Pontus, worked with Timoshenko. I got the FM within a year and the IM within 2 years after that. So I personally owe Pontus a whole lot, because had he not seen me play, had he not come to me and asked me questions and asked me if I had a coach, how did I train, all of that, and then say, okay, he had a coach for me, I probably would not have the titles in front of my name. So I owe Pontus quite a bit.
Now, I would be remiss if I did not mention Maurice Ashley in a greater light, because Maurice and I have known each other for 30 years. And I told him that. I saw him in St. Louis last year. Not just in St. Louis. I saw him in Africa, because we were at the Grand Chess Tour in Cote d'Ivoire, in Abidjan, Cote d'Ivoire. And I interviewed him, and I said, we've been knowing each other 30 years. And he just kind of smiled, because I remember meeting him at the U.S. Open. And obviously he was born in Jamaica, and he has a lot of pride in his Jamaican heritage, but he moved to the U.S. in Brooklyn at the age of 12, where he took up the game more seriously. I think he knew the moves, but didn't really play competitively. But it's interesting, when I talk to Maurice, and sometimes I see him at all these different events in St. Louis, and you just don't realize what role somebody's going to play in your life. And here, Maurice and I, we're in New York. The summer I spent there working for Sports Illustrated. We met in Washington Square Park, and I showed him that marketing plan for the Black Chess Network. And he was down, and we had these phone conversations talking about how we were going to change chess. Maurice had all of his ideas, and he was organizing tournaments, and he had a vision, and I had a vision. I told him I wanted to link up all the black players. And 30 years later, he's one of the top commentators in the world, and the top by many accounts, the top commentator. Mm-hmm. And I have been doing the chess drama. It will be 20 years in February.
Wow.
And so both of us have, we have this energy that we share very early on. And certainly I've interviewed him a lot, and I've covered his career, and he supports me in doing what I do. And I think that is something that we need to look at mentorship a little bit more seriously amongst our junior players, because we really don't have that. I know in the U.S. we don't have that kind of system in place where we're bringing players along and we're showing them the tricks of the trade. How did you get to this level? How did you earn your norms? What was your strategy going in? What are some things I have to deal with? If somebody says this to me, or if they make a racist comment, what do I do? You know, all of these things have to be, this wisdom has to be passed along. And I don't believe a lot of that is being done. But all these years, what I had tried to do, particularly for the youth, is try to feature articles with their name included. That way, if somebody searches on their name, an article will come up in a positive light. And who knows, that can get them hired at a job. It can get them accepted into a university. Darian Robinson, we mentioned females. And I'll just say this. Darian Robinson was a very talented young lady who, she was not in Brooklyn Castle. She wasn't in that movie. Or she wasn't one of the main features. But she played at IS 318, and she was vying to become the first black female master, along with Rochelle Ballantyne, who was in Brooklyn Castle. Now, Darien graduated from high school, and she applied to all these top-level schools here, and she ended up at University of Chicago, which is a top-level school. And she came to me and she says, I want to thank you. I want to thank you because the people who were in the recruitment office at University of Chicago said they were impressed because they read an article on the chess drum that you wrote about me in some event that I was participating in, and they were very impressed by that. And I said, wow. I said, you really think that was it? She says, yeah, they were really impressed by that article. And she said, I thank you for supporting me. And so she would send me all kinds of gifts and kind of as a thanks for giving her that exposure. And so I think that's one thing that the chess drum does. It gives it gives an opportunity for players to be noticed in the search engine. So let me, maybe for better or for worse, because then they'll look up your games too. They'll look up some intelligence on you before they play you. But I think for the most part, having those features is in a positive light.
Yeah, definitely. So my son has one question that he asked me to ask every week, and I have to ask it to you because I'm also curious. What's the biggest obstacle that you have had to overcome in your life, and how did you go about overcoming it?
Obstacle as in something bad happening?
He said anything that you decided was a challenge, anything that impacted you that you had to dig deep and pull yourself up and overcome it.
Well, I'll tell you that when I did the PhD, and this might be for any of you who are interested in further studies. And you see I have a doctor in front of my name, but that's not really who I am. That's what I do. I'm a professor. I have pretty good success with students. I have really good success. I teach global business. I teach a lot of international courses because I want to expand the minds of my students. But one of the most challenging things that I did was to embark upon the doctoral degree. And I'll tell you how that relates to chess. When you're studying chess 6 to 8 hours like I was in high school, you develop a discipline. You develop a certain determination when you study chess that way. So when I got to the level of studying for the doctorate, I already had the discipline that I can sit and I can study and read very difficult material and absorb it and actually articulate it. And I got that from chess because chess gave me that level of discipline. Now the thing is in education, you may think, oh, well, you have a PhD, you know everything. That is far from the truth. If you're a doctor, or let's say you're a PhD in something, what that means is that you simply ask better questions. You ask much better questions than someone with a lower rank. And your questions are more precise. Why? Because you have this knowledge, body of knowledge that you develop over time because of your studies. And so your inquiry is going to be a lot more precise. But it takes a lot of effort to get to that level of knowledge where you've read all of these books, you've read all these articles, but then you have to break it down to a way that it can be understood. And so just to give you an idea of the PhD, okay, I did my master's, that was hard. I did my bachelor's in computer science, that was hard. When I got to the PhD, I'm thinking, okay, how hard can this be? I take some courses, I take 48 hours of courses. Okay, that can't be too hard. But it's nothing like anything you've ever experienced because the courses require more deeper thought. And so your classes are such that the professor might say, okay, next class we're going to review this book. So you have to read this book overnight. The book might be 300 pages. So you have to read the book. For one class, you can have as many as 8 books and 50 readings. Now again, that's just one class. So you have to figure out a way to massage the material, get through the material, and then during the discussions, you have to make sense. And so you do this I did 48 hours, so that's 16 classes, and they were very intense. In the beginning, Jomo, I was in over my head. I was over my head with my classmates because they had so much more knowledge than I had, and I'm thinking, did I make a mistake in doing this, going for the doctorate? But I charged on. One of the pieces of advice that you all can take with you, the first class of international relations with Dr. Hashim Jabril. Dr. Hashim Jabril is from England. He's a black man from England, parents from Sierra Leone, and he had the British accent and everything. The first class, he was way over my head. I didn't know what he was talking about. And he said, when you go home, read the glossary. That was the assignment for homework, read the glossary. So I go home, I read the glossary. Glossary of terms. So you read the glossary of terms, and then the next day I understood his language. Because subject is a language. Any subject that you learn, there's a language to it. Whether it's computer science, whether it's physics, whether it's international affairs, there's a language that you have to master. And chess is also a language. It's a language. So you have to understand the variations. You have to understand what's important. You have to sift through. When if you study Alexander Kotal and think like a grandmaster who talks about the trees of analysis.
The trees.
And you have to pick one of those trees, and he states that you shouldn't go back over that tree. After you've analyzed, you shouldn't go back and say, okay, let me go back over that because you
have to have enough confidence that you walked it correctly, yeah.
So the difference between a higher level player and a lower level player is that they have more deeper inquiry and they understand things a lot better such that they don't have to go through all the variations.
Yeah.
So going through the doctorate was the hardest thing that I ever had to do because you're on your own, basically. You're in advanced, you're at the highest level, and what resulted is that I had acquired so much knowledge, but then I had to go as a professor and I had to convey this knowledge, and that's not easy either. To actually convey what you know. Any of you all, if you had grandmasters for teachers, you may know this. You have a grandmaster, okay, they're a top level player, but when they sit down to teach you, it's like, okay, they have the knowledge, but I'm not getting it.
How to convey it, yeah.
They're not conveying it. They're not, and it's very difficult. It's not an easy thing to do.
Yeah.
So when you go through the process of amassing that amount of knowledge, and then you actually your thinking pattern it becomes so sharp, and then you're able to filter through things very quickly. Now, before I got my doctorate, I had to take an exam, which was a week-long exam. So I had 3 parts that I had to take, and the exams are 8 hours apiece, and I had to pass each one. And basically what you do is they give you an envelope, you have a set of questions, and you write for 8 hours. And I had to do that 3 times in a week.
Okay.
And then I had to do the oral exam. So once you finish the written part, they say, okay, now we want to see if you really know it. So then they start asking you questions. So you have to pass that. That's not the end of it. Then you have to write a dissertation, which is the research that you have to do. In each of these phases is just a different level. And you're basically, when you write the dissertation, you're on your own. And so if you have a plan that you set out, and you have professors that help you along the plan, but you have to show that you're mature enough to get through it. At the end of this, you have to defend your dissertation, which means that you have to go in front of a panel of faculty, and they can fire questions at you, all kinds of questions about your research, and you have to know everything. And to my credit, and I'm not saying this to brag, but I was so organized that the professors knew that I had put in the effort, and that it was just basically a formality that I was going to go through. Okay. Because I had presented at all kinds of conferences, and I was really dedicated, and it was because of chess. Chess gave me that focus and dedication that I can stick to this, and I will not quit. And that was the most difficult thing that I had to do from, say, a standpoint of getting something accomplished. That was the most difficult thing.
Okay. Well,
most people don't know what you have to do to get a PhD, but it's not a cakewalk.
I always know it's not a cakewalk, but when you start hearing the step by step, you go, wow. And it's maximum respect.
And you quit. And most people who start these programs quit. I think it's about 80%.
And
they quit because
you can see why, man.
Any of those levels, you say, I can't do this because it's just too much.
Wow.
You just decide to do something else. So that was the challenge, and I've been successful as a professor, and and the reason that I was hired was because we had chess in the curriculum of our school, which is Florida A&M University. We actually had a class called Successful Business Negotiation, and we were teaching chess.
Oh, nice.
And I believe that's why I was hired.
Oh, nice.
Because he saw chess on my resume, and he's like, oh, he's looking at my ELO, and he's like, oh, we want to get you here to help me teach this strategy class. And
nice.
I think chess helped open the doors for me.
Nice. I see a question here from Mark Bowen, and it brought back such memories. I would love to hear Daaim talk about the Wilbur Page Memorial Tournament. I must personally thank Daaim for much inspiration over the years. This was a special event. So walk us down memory lane. Wilbur Page. Yeah. I had the little pamphlet. I still have it somewhere.
I've got so many. Now, okay, we go back to meeting Maurice Ashley in New York. I had met him in '89, but when I moved to New York for the summer, I met him, and he said, we're going to the World Open tomorrow. And he said, we're driving. I'm not playing, but you may want to call Jerry Bebold because he's driving to the World Open. So I called Jerry Bebold, and he said, yeah, be ready we're leaving at 8 o'clock. I think it was 8 or 9 o'clock. So we left. And between New York and Philadelphia, I think it's a few hours, maybe between 2 to 3 hours. We get to the World Open, and some of the people in the chat had played in the World Open. And so you have between 1,000 and maybe 1,500 players there. And it's really a sight to see because you see all the top-level players. You see players from different countries. And when I went there, I was in awe because I saw all the black players I had been researching. I saw Emory Tate. I saw Norman Rogers. I saw Alfred Carlin. I saw Wilbur Page. Wilbur Page was playing in that tournament. So I went up to Wilbur Page because Jerry Bebo pointed him out to me. He says, that's Wilbur Page. So I had my marketing plan with me, the one I told you about. I had my marketing, I was showing it to everybody, or most of the people I thought was interested. So I showed it to Wilbur Page. He was a very quiet individual, very strong player, but very quiet, and I showed it to him. And he looked at it, and he kind of nodded his head. He says, I think this is a wonderful idea. I've always wanted to do something like this as well. But I think you have a good idea. He just basically endorsed it. Now, Wilbur Page died as a young man. And in 2001, there was a tournament in his honor, and that tournament was held in Harlem, New York. And it was organized by Jerry Bebo, and it was financed by Dr. Jones Murphy, who's actually from Dominica in the French Caribbean. So Dr. Jones funded this tournament, and he invited the top, well, I won't say the top because Emory Tate was not at this tournament, but he invited 10 of the top black players in the world. Simutowe was the top seed. At that time, he was 18, 19 years old. He was at 24.62. Then you had a Michael Schleifer. Mm-hmm. Had you ever heard the name Michael Schleifer? German last name, but his parents were Jamaican. But he was born and raised in Canada. So Jerry Bebo invites Michael Schleifer, who took the train down from Montreal to New York to play in this tournament. You also have William Morrison, the exterminator, which is his name, also from the Brooklyn area, part of the Black Bear School of Chess that Maurice actually came from. You had Ron Simpson, another black bear, who was also a FIDE master. Yeah. You had Wadu Kobeza. Some of you know Wadu Kobeza in South Africa.
So, yeah, man, Watu.
Legendary figure. Legendary. He's got stories that will leave you spellbound for hours. And so he was at the tournament. Kenny Solomon was at the tournament. He was only a FIDE master at the time, now a grandmaster. Grace Nsubuka came from Uganda. He's a national master, played on the national team of Uganda. You had Stephen Muhammad, who at the time was a FIDE master, was a very well-regarded player, mostly known for Blitz. Mm-hmm. He actually won the tournament. He won that tournament 6.5 out of 9. Norman Rogers is from Philadelphia, who knew Wilbur Page, played in the tournament. And I believe the last person was Steve Colden. So there were these 10 players who played in this tournament in historic Harlem, New York. Also, the hotel that the tournament was played was in the Hotel Teresa. This was the tournament that Fidel Castro stayed in New York because he was not given accommodations in Manhattan because of the Cuban-U.S. thing. So he says, okay, I'm going to go to Harlem. And he met a parade there that was just blocks long of Fidel Castro. Everybody was cheering, and he stayed in the Hotel Teresa where this tournament was played. It is also the same hotel where Malcolm X had his meetings. On the, I don't know which floor it was, but he had his meetings in the ballroom at the Hotel Teresa. Wow. And I'm not sure if that's where he was assassinated, but that's where he had his meetings. And so that venue was historic.
It's an iconic venue.
And we were on 125th Street in Harlem. And so your people in the chat may know what's on 125th Street in Harlem. It's a famous theater.
Mm-hmm. Apollo.
The Apollo.
Yeah.
25th Street. And so it was walking distance, so you would go there and, I mean, it wasn't, I think they had shows going on there, but we were there for the tournament. So just to go there and take a picture of it was very historic. And so we spent 2 weeks at this tournament. The Chess Drum was the official website of that tournament. And So I was there for the whole time, and I was so humbled by the players. I was particularly humbled by Ronald Simpson, who he's deceased now. But here it is. I'm writing about all these guys, all 10 of these guys. I'm writing stories about them on the chess room, and I'm proud to do it. These are legends. Ron Simpson, when I come into the room, Ron Simpson gets up, comes over to me, introduces himself, shakes my hand, and just kind of bows like, I'm honored to meet you. And I'm thinking, wait a minute. I'm writing about you. I'm praising you. You're the legend. Why are you honored to meet me? This is what I'm thinking. Why are you honored to meet me? I'm writing about you. But then I got a lot of that energy, a lot of my, hey, I'm glad what you're doing. You started the website, back in February. Everybody's excited about it. And that tournament was just really, the energy level was just so positive. You had the side blitz battles between Maurice Ashley and Stephen Muhammad had a blitz battle. Wadu Kobeza played Ron Simpson. Ron Simpson was beating everybody. He was just running up scores. He played one national master. I'm not going to give his name, but he just cleaned them 7-0. He won 7 in a row and was talking trash. And, the environment was just so brotherly. There was a kind of a camaraderie built there. And there were some classic games, and I actually wrote a booklet on it. I have a little booklet that I wrote on it, and I covered it on the website. But a lot of players came to visit that tournament. Jennifer Shahadi came to visit. A lot of the well-known street chess players came to visit. Street chess is really, really important in New York. So all the street players came and to pay homage to these 10 players. And Oladapo Adu, I am from Nigeria, stopped by to see the players, and he greeted Amon Simutowe, who he knew. I got a chance to know Michael Schleifer a little bit from Canada. And yeah, it was a special tournament. I was glad to be a part of it. Jerry Beboat has passed on, but his efforts and Jones Murphy putting the funding forward for that tournament to happen, we're indebted to them for making that tournament happen. And I actually wanted to have another one similar to it, but it just hasn't happened yet.
As yet. Yeah, let's put that part big and bold as yet.
Yeah, but it was special. It was a special event. And, of course, one tournament that I wanted to organize, it was similar. I had 32 players, and I had some Jamaican players that were on the list that I wanted to invite, and players from the Caribbean, Philip Corbin, who you all may know from Barbados, who's called the Caribbean Tao. And if you get his book, you will know how he got his name. It's called Calypso Chess. And I've reviewed it on the Chess Drum. So if you like attacking chess, you need to pick up Calypso Chess by F.M. Philip Corbin of Barbados.
It's funny, I had my students studying him just last week. A couple of my students studying him.
He plays the Elephant Gambit, and he plays the Smith
Morra. So they're going through his Smith Morra games.
Yeah. He actually won a brilliant game that is... I'm trying to think. I have it in what I used to call chess crackers. There were these diagrams that you had to figure out the continuation, and that was one of my first ones. So, he's just sacking all this material, and he mates the guy brilliantly, and that was Philip Corbin against Trubinsky.
So I've reached out to him, Daaim, so we're trying to set a date, and you may have him on, because we're trying to work out for him to be on. And to go through his 40 years of chess history. So hopefully I'll get that done within a month or so.
And also shout out to Kevin Denny. I don't know if he's watching this, but I met him in, I think, Spain in the 2004 Olympiad. And I greeted him, and it was just such a warm greeting from him. I don't believe he's active, but he's one of the players that I admire. He has a very nice finish against Alon Greenfeld. So if you
I
want to
remember
look
that
up
game.
that combination,
Yeah.
Kevin Denny against Alon Greenfeld of Israel,
Yeah.
that's a fantastic ending.
Yeah, I remember that game.
Definitely want to see.
It's a fascinating game. We have had so much chess history that we have produced, and the juniors, this is one of the reasons why we're doing this program, that we need to pass on to the juniors, that they know the history, that it's easier for them to accomplish what we work so hard to accomplish, and then to surpass us in the quickest possible time. We want that GM, and we have the talent out there, so we just have to do our part to get that done. So Shane is saying,
I would say before you go on, I think I've talked to Ian and many players about this. The Caribbean and Africa, many of these places have what it takes. Because even now with the COVID happening, people are still wanting to go to the Caribbean.
yeah,
I'm on a Black Travelers group, and these people are traveling all over. Well, now, okay, they're banning the Americans because the situation is crazy here. But
we haven't.
you have the ban too?
Nope, we don't.
Okay.
We are free
But
to
the
come.
thing is, people want to come to Jamaica, they want to come to Barbados, they want to come to the Bahamas, they want to come to Trinidad. They want to come to these places. And I think Curacao had the major tournament,
Mm-hmm.
and you had a number of Caribbean islands that were trying to attract grandmasters so you can have norm tournaments. And I think that is really the key, is that you want to bring stronger players to the Caribbean, stronger players to Africa, so you don't have to travel overseas and pay in euros, because, I mean, euros, come on.
Yeah.
I mean, that's expensive. You got to pay a $1,500 U.S. plane ticket to get to Europe or to the U.S., and it's just not feasible. So I think if you all can work on bringing grandmasters and strong players to the Caribbean, instead of you all having to worry about coming to the World Open and these tournaments in Europe, then I think that is a way to get the strength level besides the title, because you don't just want the title.
You need the strength. You need the strength. The title will come.
Looking at you, you're an IM and your ELO is 1900. We have IMs that are 1900 ELO.
Oh wow, okay.
And it's like, it's a joke, because it's like, okay, well, how did this person get their ELO rating? Or how did they get the IM title at a 1900 ELO or 2000 ELO?
You want the strength along with it. You want the strength.
Yeah, you got to have the strength.
You have to have the strength.
The title is good, but then you also want the strength along with it.
You definitely need the strength. So, Daaim, moving on. We have every week, and I know people wanted Blitz, but I'm sorry, the stories from you are far more important for us right now. Definitely far more important. We have Game of the Week every week, Daaim. And this week it's from a 14-year-old and I think a 12-year-old. So the 14-year-old, first of all, he'll go up first, so he'll move through. What's fascinating about this 14-year-old, in tournament 2 weeks ago, he beat Christopher Yu, who is from US. So he's our national under 14 champion, and we had a tournament, Jamaica against Singapore, and Christopher Yu, I think his parents might be from there, so he played for Singapore on board one in the national cup, Nations Cup. And he played our under 14 champion, and our under 14 champion beat him in that tournament. So it's one of our up and coming stars. He's playing in this match. He's playing against a MaxtheMaster. So
give me his last name again.
So Darren Mckennis.
Okay.
So he is black in this game, and what we do, we show 2 games each week, and then the spectators then vote for which game is best. So in the first game, we have Mckennis against a MaxtheMaster. So just play through. So you handle it.
Okay.
Alright. So guys, we have the 2 games this week. And remember, everything is to the vote. Everything to the vote. So Jamaica, South Korea, I'm being advised. So not Singapore, but South Korea.
So where do I ask for the move?
No, just play through.
There. Okay.
So it's basically for the audience to see the games, and then
Okay, so
for
this looks like a Catlin.
yeah.
And I'm not an expert on the Catlin, but I actually have played it because being inspired by Kramnik. Because I call it, when he plays it, I call it the killer Catlin.
Yeah.
He just murders people.
I am a Catalan player straight through. This is a little more thing there because he holds back on d4, so he goes with a double fianchetto. And black just goes for a solid setup. Bishop f5. Sometimes you get bishop g4. But it's just a very, very solid setup here. And white now is playing for e4. So he goes d3, knight, d2. And this rook e1 move though is a little rare. So it's a little rare. You're trying to force through e4, but it's not that popular move. I saw the analysis to this game that Darren was doing today, and he told me only 7 games were played with this rook e1 move.
Yeah, because I'm thinking. Well, I know e4 is the idea, but that bishop on f5 seems awkward. It's undefended, and of course that's a tempo. Knight h4 is a tempo, and then you hit e4. So I don't know. I think bishop f5 might not. It doesn't seem like it's in the spirit of this setup. But let's see.
But with rook e1 now, once you get the fixed center, that rook wants to be on f1. He wants to be on f1 to play for f4. So the rook also may not be where he wants to be.
So he plays knight h4 now.
Mm-hmm.
So maybe this is by transposition.
And as you see, look on the rook though. What is it doing on e1 now? He'd have to work his way back over to f1 to try
so you
to
should
get.
be going for f4 at some point once you stabilize your position. That's kind of a break. In fact, that the idea f4 f5. If you take gf4 and then you're in e4, that's e5. That's might.
There you go. So that's why I'm sure about rook e1 at all. And even the queen c2, I don't want my queen sitting there right now. Maybe e2, but white isn't playing that active.
Yeah, because it seems like you should be trying to get some play on the queen side. But b4 is not possible, so no.
f4 not possible, b4 not possible. So white now being pushed back a bit.
Right. Now, looks like black is maneuvering the knights. So what's the situation? It's like it's an equal position.
With the bishops, those two bishops, b2 and g6.
So who do you like here, Jomo?
If I'm playing, I'm probably going to play black. I'm probably going to play black if I'm playing. White has a space advantage, but the space advantage I think going to go once black gets b6 in. And it's difficult. It's if white could get in rook e1, f4, f5, I'd be playing white. But black seems to have cut down all of the natural ways for white to drum up some play. And b6 is coming. b6 is coming.
Yeah.
White is playing without a clear plan. Agreed, John. Agreed. Knight looks good on c4, but it's not going to stay there. The bishop on b2 is hitting into a wall. You want to play f4.
And the knight on h4 actually is the only job it has is maybe capture on g6.
Yeah.
I mean, it can go to f5, but it's not hitting anything there.
You have a feeling that when black's position explode, it's just going to explode straight through. It's like a lot of potential energy built up in his position, and once he lets it out, it's just going to go.
So it looks like he played f5.
Yeah.
Knight f5.
And there comes b6.
Okay. So that knight on f5, I'm not sure, is looking at d6, but it's not going to get a chance.
No, you have no pawn there any longer. And now you have the weaknesses. You control the file and you have the weaknesses. Ooh.
Yeah, I don't know. The C5, what C5 is...
It's overloaded. Go back and move. It's overloaded. It's holding up D6. It's holding up B6. It's completely overloaded. And you see black just strategically going at the weak points. That rook moved from the A file to C3.
Yeah, maybe the knight F5, knight D6 was a bad plan.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, because of B6 undermining the C5 square.
Yeah, that B6 move was so key.
Yeah. Yeah, this is pretty bad.
Yeah. And just like that, you're a piece up.
Yeah. Yep, trade the pieces.
Yeah. I'm just pushing everything back now.
When you're winning, trade pieces. When you're losing, trade pawns.
Mm-hmm.
You just a mop up.
Yeah. Ooh, I know the killer blow. There comes the killer blow.
And see, this is the thing. If we stop here, now, the problem is, you see black is pressing here. But of course, the king is now only defended by the bishop on b3. Even though it can run out to h6.
It's gonna run.
Yeah.
It's gonna run. And here comes the run.
Yeah, this is over.
Yeah.
This is over. Sure. He's still trying to get a
perpetual. Yeah. He isn't giving up as yet.
Okay, he holds at h4.
Yeah.
Yeah, this is going to run away. Finito.
And that's it. King ends up, it runs. It ends up at e3.
So let's go back to, there was a position where he went knight f5 and thought that he could get in well, before this. Was there any better plan besides knight f5? Because, of course, the d6 square is going to be undermined by b6. So maybe trading.
When you trade, you're still left with the two weaknesses, b4, d3. So I honestly think White needed to have gone for an active plan, avoid trading and try to get in f4, f5, which means trying to probably move back the rook to f1 and bishop c1. But if the closer you get to endgame, after b6, b4 becomes weak, d3 is weak, and you have ways to get to it.
So it's rook e1.
Yeah, I don't like rook e1 at all. I definitely didn't like rook e1. But even after you made rook e1 and the center closed, you had to stop and reassess. The center is now closed. You need a plan. He just continued along his way as if the structure hadn't changed. It was one thing when the pawn was on d5 and you're playing for e4. If you got to play ed5, then the rook would look good on e1. But d4 is now played and the structure is changed. And now you need to be able to hit at the base of the structure. The base is e5. You need to play for f4. So it's just not being able to condition himself with the change in the position. He didn't condition himself with that. So it was a bit too passive. And black did what he did. Yeah, b6 was the move.
Yeah, surprising that he still went into d6. Yeah, because I mean, you're hitting a rook, but
and the rook, the rook wasn't doing anything on the e file. You force him over to the b file where the action is. Yeah. So you actually force him onto the better file.
These are called the Benko rooks.
Yeah, scary rooks.
Yeah.
So
that was a good lesson of overextension. It seems like White was a little overextended on the queen side, and just the plan was a little slow.
Yeah. So this was played. That's the first game. Second game is 12-year-old. I don't think he's 13 as yet. I can be corrected. Jaden Shaw. So Jaden is white in this game, and this was played in the match against Uruguay.
Okay.
Jaden is now 13.
The hyper accelerated, because of course the accelerated is 2 knight c6 d4, knight takes d4 g6. This is called hyper accelerated. And it may transpose. It looks like it transposes. Yeah, it does. Actually, it's transposing into a regular dragon. Main line. Wait a minute, there's a mistake. Right? What's the mistake?
You want to play knight g4 straight?
G4.
Yeah, knight g4 straight.
And you know, one of the things I find about younger players is they learn the opening, but then they play the moves automatically.
Automatic.
You have to, in the opening, you play the moves, but then when you start getting into certain positions, you want to reassess. Because this, you can't ever let black get this move in. Because then this bishop here, if you lose this bishop, then it's going to allow this bishop just to wreak havoc. You can't even move this bishop because of d4 hangs, so you have to take on c6 first. And that's just not the way you play this for white.
So f3.
Yeah.
So I think he catches it now. No, still there. So black is going for quickly attacking that king, b5, a5.
There was actually a game on YouTube that this young player, looked like he was about 11 years old, played this grandmaster and crushed him with white in this same line. I just saw it in social media. Some of you may have seen that game. So what's the situation here?
You think that black has gone far with his attack, but will he get anywhere? How does he continue? And white hasn't started yet, but g4, h4, h5 is quick. That's 3 moves. Do you have time for it though, Daaim?
Seems like g4 instead of h4, because if
g4 first.
Because if he plays h4, then he plays h5.
Yeah.
So.
You're going to still play g4 and sack the pawn. So if h4, h5, you still got g4, h4, and h5. You're going to blow that position up. There's no dark square bishop, so the defense of the king is really hard. The question is, does black get in quickly? Does black get in with b4 quickly? And if you play c3, even with c3 and b4, so is white quick enough? That's the whole question here. Is he quick enough?
I would think this is going to peter out. With best play, I don't think there's any side for choice.
So he goes king b1. Oh, but I don't like how black has continued. So that's the peter out that you're talking about.
Yeah.
With bishop c6, white will now get the free hand. And now I understand how he executed the attack so quickly. And there you go. The hook is there and no
Yeah.
dark square bishop.
Yeah.
So it's just now going to be clean.
Yeah, because the queen on c6 is offside.
Yeah. I don't like Black's plan of the rook b8 bishop c6. He probably was doing what you're saying, which was simplifying and thinking the position was okay. But that king side attack is still there. You still have the heavy pieces, you still have the queen.
Yeah, this is just an attack that plays itself.
Yeah.
But you know, the grandmaster, the game I was talking about, actually allowed this player to sack a piece, and this player pushed his pawn all the way to h6, and then played a queen sacrifice on g7.
Okay, we need to see. Have to see that game then.
Yeah, it's crazy. It's in the same variation, but it was crazy, and the grandmaster eventually resigned. But it was.
Oh, we have to see that.
He played queen g7. The rook can take, but then h6 g7. Then he gets another queen, so he would win a rook.
All right, so there are people in the audience saying that they saw it. So hopefully we can find it. Yeah.
Yeah, it was. And then he took the pawn on h7, and now the h6 pawn is about the queen. So yeah, that was interesting.
So there comes e6 to stop the rook up, but must be too late.
This is still a game. I mean, it's
if you can stop me from playing rook g5.
Right.
So you have to figure a way to stop me. So maybe if the rook was on c8 still, you could have played rook c5 and not worry too much.
Yeah.
But with the rook on b8 and the other rook on f8, it's difficult to stop rook g5. So that rook b8 idea is still haunting him now.
I mean, if you play f6, you're going to be hurting.
You're going to be hurting. You go rook g4, rook g4, rook g1, and you're hurting.
Yeah.
Definitely hurting.
The thing is, you're creating all these weaknesses on that rank.
Yeah.
You have all your pawns on. You get d6, e6, f6, g6. Just too much with the heavy pieces on the board.
Yeah, you wouldn't think that the heavy pieces could do so much damage, but the two rooks are passive. You just lift any of them and put on c5 and black is okay. But sitting on b8 and f8, white's heavy pieces getting free reign while yours just sitting down, not working.
So let's see what happens. Yeah, this is going to be over.
Yeah, a little too late.
Mezzo.
Yeah. That's all she wrote.
Yeah.
Oh.
Yes.
And now the rook on the attack and rook g6 coming to. That's rough, Darren. That's rough.
And then the white king had a vacation.
Yeah.
Sitting over there on b1, just relaxing.
Yeah, now that the rook comes to c5, he's all by himself. d6 falls, and now he goes.
Yeah. Yeah, so they played a few more moves, it seems.
Yeah, but
Yeah,
that's all she wrote. White was after black gave the chance. White just played very classical. Very, very classical with the attack. Very, very. Yeah, that rook b8 bishop c6 idea was a really strange idea, and I guess he was trying to get the pieces off, but I think he lost the game right there.
Yeah.
After that, there's no way for you to get in. There's no way to get in, and white just got a free hand.
Yeah, it seems like black's pieces are kind of arranged strangely.
Very, very strangely. Very strange. Alright, guys, so voting open for 2 minutes. Let's get those votes in. Who has game of the week for this week? Let's put this on that I don't miss any votes. So start voting. So no, Darren, you can't vote. Number 2, so Jaden has one. Darren, you can't vote for yourself. Each week we say that. So 1-1, let's go, guys. Okay. So keep the votes coming. Alright, they're liking the first game, Daaim. Oh. They're liking that first game.
This one.
Yeah, they're liking the first game. So 1 more minute. 1 more minute of voting. Darren has the lead so far. Alright, not seeing any more votes coming in. Alright, 1 more in. So 30 more seconds. Mario, we just don't allow them to vote for yourself. You could add 1 to each player. They're both here watching. If you could vote for yourself, it won't change the score. Alright, so let's wrap up. Alright, and game of the week, game 1 this week, which was Darren. Congratulations, Darren. I think he got game of the week 2 weeks ago for the game against Christopher Yu. I'll send that game to you. Really, really nice game. So I'll send it to you, Daaim.
Christopher Yu was, I remember him when he was, well, he's still young, but I remember him when he was much younger.
Yeah.
These kids are just strong.
They're just strong. They're just very, very strong. So
he's an IM now.
Yeah, he's an IM. Oh, Mario, I agree with you to encourage that they stay the full length of the stream to vote for themselves. I must take that into consideration. Mario is always a strategist, always. So Daaim, it has been a pleasure, but you know we're still going to pull it for nuggets. You have about 30 youngsters, at least 30 right now out of the audience are going to be under 16. What's your advice to them? You have seen quite a bit over the last 20 years. You have actually been through a chess generation now, maybe 2 chess generations. What's your advice to the young players watching you right now?
Well, you know, I hear a lot of the young players rely heavily on online databases, and you know, the way you study now is different because you have access to megabase databases, and you rifle through these games. And the attitude now is that you're not so concerned about what somebody says, but you want to look at what the engine says. You want to look at the evaluation. And I think that is part of where we're at with chess. But it has to be used properly. It's a great tool, but I think there has to be a way to show the juniors how to properly prepare. Because it's not just looking up evaluations and say, okay, this is a 0.9, so that means I'm winning. And you look at the position and you can't tell why you're winning. And so I think there has to be more familiarity with the classic games, the annotated games, and going through the notes. I think that's always helpful, even though it takes longer. It takes longer for players to actually go over games, but you can annotate your own games. So I think all of the juniors should annotate all of their games and put them in the database.
Sorry, can you repeat that for me, because I have at least 6 disgruntled students who worked out with me this morning, and their task, I presented each of them with a game they played in the last 2 games and told them go and annotate it and present to the class. And they're finishing it for tomorrow morning. So please repeat that for me, Daaim.
So make sure that first of all,
your score sheet, get their names down, make sure you spell them right, put the date down, the round, and the board, make sure you keep your notation accurate, because it's a historical record. How many players have I seen, I go by their board, I'm watching a game, and I look at their score sheet, and they haven't filled out the top. They don't have their opponent's name, they don't have anything on there, they just haven't moved. And there was this one player, I'm not going to call his name, but he's a young talented player in the U.S. He had beaten the Grandmaster, and I heard about it, and I went up to him, I said, I heard you beat this Grandmaster. And I said, who was it? He says, oh, I don't know. He didn't know who he beat. This was a Grandmaster he just beat, and he didn't even know his name. And I know why, because he didn't write the name down, and he never does. So make sure you, first of all, write the information down on the score sheet. Then after your game, and I know you have them doing this, and all the coaches in Jamaica have your students going over the analysis after the game. That is a real key exercise to actually sit down with an opponent and to say, okay, let's go over the game. And you should do it from the standpoint of not who won, because you'll get players that they won the game and they feel that all their variations were right, and then they don't grow as a result.
Yep.
So going over games.
It's amazing how many blunders you make in one game's time. It's just that your opponent made one blunder more than you, or one decisive blunder. So you could have made a number of mistakes and you made one decisive tactical blunder and you win. But you made so many mistakes before that. The victory a lot of time clouds your vision and makes you feel euphoric, rather than going back and be introspective and looking on it and pulling the lessons out of it.
So if you get people like that you're analyzing the game, and they're saying that all your moves are bad, and they're basing it on the fact that they won, that's not going to be a useful session, and you might not repeat that exercise with that particular person.
Mm-hmm.
You know, you can be polite and finish out the analysis session, but then not repeat that, because that's you won't learn.
Mm-hmm.
You won't learn from that exchange. But analyzing the games, then after that, taking the analysis that your opponent has given and then putting that in the database with the lines while they're still fresh in your head. In all your games. So I have all of my games that I played in the database.
Mm-hmm.
And every last from when I played my first game from a junior all the way to, I have all of my games in the database. Not all of them are annotated, but they're all there.
But they're there, which is critical.
All there. But I would say annotate your games. And, you know, when you play Blitz, I like Blitz, but you have to use it as a tool. It just can't be all Blitz. One time I had a session with a master from Texas. He was in Illinois. And so what we did, we had a Blitz session, and we studied the dragon. So we played the dragon every game. And then we switched sides. And we played again until, we had figured out, okay, we had done what we needed to do. But it was useful because we learned the dragon. We learned both sides of the dragon. And you can use Blitz like that. You can say, okay, let's study this variation of the Cairo Khan, or let's study this variation from the Catlin. And you can play the Catlin every single game, learn from it, and then switch sides, and then learn it from both sides. I find that to be a very useful exercise in terms of learning the system and also becoming familiar with playing both sides of it. I would also say, in terms of now, what is happening is you have the opportunity to play so many different players. And when you're in a small community, small chess community, you don't want to get into the habit and you're playing the same players all the time. Because when I cover Jamaican chess, I'm thinking, man, they play each other so many times. And it's kind of hard to grow. So you want to
take advantage of playing players in different places. Like we saw 2 games just now, playing players of different styles, kind of different temperaments, and I think you can grow because now we have an online platform. But the key is really recording your games, making sure you have all the information, your opponent's name spelled correctly, the country they're from, the date, the board. Make sure your annotation, your score is correct and accurate, so that you're putting the game in the database. You're saying, wait a minute, that's an illegal move. What happened? It happens to all of us. You get to a point you can't read the score, you can't read your own handwriting, and it's like, okay, well, I can't put this game in the database because I can't read it, or I got too many illegal moves, and so then you can't benefit from that lesson. So those are the basic things that
well said.
Help. And some of the classics, basically with some of the classic games, we see people, players like Marcus Carlsson, they can rattle off all these classics, when they were played, what happened in the game. And, also for players, they should learn how to go over the game without the score sheet. Just memorize the whole game and say, okay, this is a game I played last year when I went to Trinidad, and I played this guy in the 4th round. And then you go through the game through memory. If you're young enough, you'll be able to remember your games, and you'll be able to show games just on the spot. And just not to impress people. You're not doing it just to impress people, but you'll get strong enough where you can remember games and you can show somebody, okay, this is a game I played last week. You won't have your score sheet, but then you can remember your game. And you should practice doing this, because you'll get good at it, and it's like, oh, well, this game was from 5 years ago. How do you remember a game from 5 years ago? Well, you train your mind, and you can do it.
Yeah,
I think those are things that would help.
Daaim, we appreciate this. Monday nights with PCI, you didn't drink any coffee, but you played some Blitz. So,
yeah,
we have
another challenge, but it's late, and I know people are tired, and I really appreciate the opportunity, Jomo.
Daaim, you passed on so much knowledge to my generation, and now we're trying to pass on to the other generation. So I appreciate your time that you have taken out, because I know how busy you are, and the players appreciate it. They have stayed with you for 4.5 hours, listening to you, most of them from the beginning, listening to you. Yeah. So that in itself tells you how...
These are all my guys. These are all my guys in the chat.
Yeah.
I know a lot of the players, and I've written articles, and all I say is that you have to keep giving me something to write about.
I have a group of youngsters that they're going to give you. They're going to give you. Definitely going to give you.
I want an Emory Tate game. The Emory Tate style game.
So you hear it there, guys? He wants an Emory Tate style game. So we know what we're aiming at. We have some tournaments coming up this week and next week. We have it Nash. Listen good, because you have that Emory Tate style. So we're going to talk. And so on. Oh, Darren has given us some Kramniks. Darren and Jaden will give you some Kramniks, and then you'll get some Tate from John and Nash. So don't worry, we hear it, We're going to fulfill it. Request made. Alright guys, on Wednesday night we go walk down memory lane, and we'll be looking on Sheldon Wong. So Daaim, remember to send me that game with Emory and Sheldon. So we'll be looking on Sheldon Wong Wednesday at 7 o'clock. Next week, Mondays with PCI, we'll have MaxtheMaster, Damian Davey. So we'll have Damian this week. The following week, we'll have International Master Terry Farley walking through Barbados Bayesian chess history. So we have Davey next week, and then Terry Farley the week after, as we're going to celebrate chess history throughout the islands. So, Dr. Shabazz, I've been honored. You have been honored. Thank you very much, and thank you from everybody. The audience is saying nice, they're saying thanks. You have educated us. You have carried us down memory lane. And boy, I have learned. I've learned tonight. Thank you very much. Remember guys, XXX Clam, Amazon, Also read the article. So triple exclam on Amazon. Make sure you support. Go to ChessJam. Read the article. Dominic, thank you for the subscribe. Really appreciate it. Thank you for the follow before. So ChessJam tonight. I know these youngsters not going to bed until 2 o'clock in the morning. Though I know this. They're going to play Blitz. So let's ease off the Blitz just for a little. Visit ChessJam. Read the article. Thank you, the great.
I can always come back and
so Daaim,